Good morning, everyone. Please raise for the Tamil Thai Varthu, followed by a prayer song by VMRF students.
உடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்தை கெழிலொழுகும் சீராரும் வதனமென திகழ்பரத கண்டமிதில் எக்கணமும் அதிசிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் சிறு பிறை முதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திக வாசிப்பு போல் அனைத்துலகும் எத்திசையும் புகழ்வனக்கு இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனகே தமிழகே திறமை திறம் வியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே விநாயகனே பவன் வேதத்தோனே பவன்
Let us start today's proceedings with auspicious lighting of the lamp, a symbol of knowledge, wisdom, harmony. I request our esteemed dignitaries to kindly come forward and light the lamp.
Evening தானே? Sorry, afternoon. இந்த சைடு வேணாம், லேண்ட் இருக்கு. இட்ஸ் டூ மச் ஆஃப் ஹேசல்னா யூ கேன் லீவ் இட் ஹியர். இதுல ப்ராப்ளம் இல்லை, ஐ கேன் ரிமூவ் இட் பிகாஸ் வில் பி இட்ஸ் அப் டு யூ. ம் I'm staying here. Let me check.
Good morning.
For
Hello. Good morning to all of you. Yeah, just one request. If you can keep your mobile
Forest.
and also pay attention to the speaker,
And also
it will be
pay
very
attention
useful.
to the speaker.
I
It will
can
be very useful.
guarantee you that you'll learn a
I
lot.
can guarantee you that.
So in this session, we have four
So in this
speakers.
session, we have four speakers.
Two have come in person
Two
and two are
and
online.
two are
The four speakers are Mahesh Venkatraman, Ravindra Pandita, he'll be joining online. Sri Ravindra Pandita, he'll be joining online. Dr. S. Praveen Kumar, who is here in person. Thank you, sir. And Janani, Miss Janani Janaki Raman. She'll also be joining online. So we'll start with the first speaker, Mahesh Venkatraman. Sri Mahesh Venkatraman did his bachelor's in engineering from NIT Warangal and has been in the IT industry for more than 30 years. 33 years to be precise. So he worked in Wipro for many years, Infosys Technologies for many years, and he is with Accenture for the last few years. Mahesh is the Managing Director, Lead Advisory Services, AI-driven automation. So all of you must be very curious. He will explain AI and its implications to us. Enterprise architecture, business IT integration, modern software engineering, etc. He has 24 patents in software engineering in his name. That's no small task. It's a great achievement. He has given several talks, including an invited talk recently at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Boston. So it's very rare to be called as an invited speaker to MIT in Boston, and he has had that privilege. He is also a guest faculty in several institutes, including Indian Institute of Management, Kozhikode. I now call upon Mahesh Venkatraman to give his talk. Mahesh Venkatraman.
So I'll start all my talk with one commitment from me, and especially because this is a peace conference. So I have a great deal of commitment to compassion for the audience. So I'll keep it short. Hopefully, so I will raise more questions about AI, more relevant questions than what is being today asked about, and also some guided framework for thinking. So the whole concept of AI, see, there is a lot of hype on AI today that AI can replace human beings. AI is going to replace human beings from an intelligence perspective. The problem is today, intelligence is not well defined, nor is consciousness. There's a lot of talk in YouTube videos on consciousness, intelligence. Every panelist is very clear, but overall there is confusion, right? So we'll see more about this. So why all along we've been seeing AI in our daily life, whether it is Netflix recommendation or Amazon recommendation or navigation or recognition of images. But now AI has become more, I would say, relevant because organizations have started to use AI for areas which are affecting human beings, especially hiring algorithms, hiring selection, loan sanctions, and other criminal investigation, predictions, fraud detection. So the title is primarily borrowed from Amartya Sen's article or views on Nyaya and Niti. So Nyaya and Niti, Niti is primarily principles and policies where you are committed to correct behavior, correct implementation of the policy and procedures. Whereas Nyaya is about realized justice. What do I experience despite all the organization and policies being correct and AI being implemented correctly? Am I experiencing justice at the end of the day? So this is how he interprets. I thought it's a good starting point. This talk is all about starting point for conversations and directing conversations towards an area that can make us more effective in the use of AI. So the whole three things that I'll cover today is the ethical dilemma, the technological correctness, algorithmic correctness versus lived fairness. How do we apply the complementarity of Nyaya and Niti in the technology space? And how do we address the challenges that are often talked about today, which is ethics, lack of bias, fairness, and other human values? So how do we bridge the gap between technology and the human values? So sometimes technologists tend to coin terms which are very misleading, right? Is it really intelligence? Are we getting, distracted by this term intelligence, right? So the whole thing about is let us talk about, not about whether AI is sentient, conscious, or intelligent. Let us talk about capability of AI. And see, how do we harness this capability for betterment of humanity? So the question of AI sentience, consciousness, intelligence, what is intelligence, can be discussed separately from the capabilities and how those capabilities can be not compromised by many other issues, moral issues, right? So we have, as I said, you have today loan approvals, resume screening, then you have content moderation. Social media is full of this complaints about my post has been deleted because the content moderation has deleted it. YouTube, full of, last few years, full of complaints about only the particular ideological messages are being promoted and my ideology is not being promoted. So, see, AI, if I go into the internal of AI, look at it this way. It is only learning from data. It is not pre-programmed. It looks at data, information, images, text, and sees patterns and connections, correlation. It correlates. And based on the learned correlation, it is more or less able to give a sense of what is the prediction, image recognition, or any prediction of any event, right? But we know, many of you who are statisticians know, correlation is not causation. The causal part of AI is still very dubious, right? For example, if there is correlation between rain, thunder, lightning, umbrella, wetness in the rains, accidents, but what is causation here? AI will not know that easily. If there is a fire, there are fire engines. Is a fire engine cause of fire? For us, it is intuitive, not for the AI. So often, correlation and causation are confused, and this confusion is either intentional, thereby masses are distracted, or there is I would say, mass deception of how correlation and causation are often confused, right? So let's look at capability. Let us reframe artificial intelligence as decision intelligence or decision framework. If you go for the purpose of understanding this conversation, right? So if you look at decisions, how can AI make decisions, and how those decisions, what decisions can be left to AI versus what decisions has to be supported by human review, then we can have a more open dialogue, more constructive dialogue, right? So there are two things, right? There is a search, like you have AI can be used for search, AI can be used for optimization. Search is primarily searching for an answer. Like Google, we used to have search for an answer. Today it's optimized. Today when you go to ChatGPT, you can get more answers. So these two are the, I would say, capabilities of AI today, right? Typically when I go to a hotel, there are two problems I face in any room, any hotel. Can you guess that? When I enter the room, whatever the hotel is, there are two problems. Where are the switches? Second is how to optimize, how to search for the switch. Second is how to optimize the hot water, cold water. First few minutes are really torture. Similarly, I keep hunting around for where is the switch for the lobby or the front. Like in this hotel is much better because there are physical switches. These two are the typical problems we face today. It's all about data and data and data. Based on data, AI is able to search for me, also able to answer questions for me, right? So coming to AI is not a technology that is, one single technology. It has been there for ages. There's a continuum. Like we started with mechanical automation, which is primarily mechanization of muscle, as I call it. Then, the second wave of automation came, your PPT, Excel and all that. Now we are talking about how can AI automate judgment. So you should look at AI more like a continuum of automation technologies. And do we have to be afraid of automation? Not necessarily. So AI is all about data. And today we are getting distracted by data, and am I losing privacy? I can tell you, we already lost our privacy. Wherever you go, you are in some way, there is a track of what you're doing and whom are you with, where you are. That is not the problem today. Because you cannot avoid it. You cannot say, I want to remain, completely anonymous. That is not possible, right? So the issue is not about hiding. The issue is whatever data is being collected about me, how is it being used? Is that fair? That is what we have to look at as people who use AI. Technologists will worry about privacy, ideologists will worry about privacy. I say, okay, you can keep worrying about privacy all your life. But that is not going to help you because you already lost your privacy, right? So coming to this, how do we ground AI with philosophical, how can AI be grounded philosophically? How can we apply these terms? And don't worry about, this is not exhaustive. You have Nyaya, Niti, Dharma, Viveka, all, I take Bharatiya philosophy because it is rich in, it's very nuanced. Whereas the current corporate thing, there are few words, ethics, bias, fairness, and maybe one more I probably wouldn't have thought of, right? But Indian philosophy is rich in nuanced approach to fairness. Right? So how do we ensure that there is a continuous feedback loop and application of AI? It's like driving, right? When you're driving, you're applying feedback. You're looking forward, you're looking at what that person ahead of you would potentially do. A cow is standing in the middle of the road. When will it move to your side? You're continuously predicting and also getting feedback. How have I done? How have I driven? Did I make a mistake? So that's how we want systems to be designed, to have a continuous ethical feed forward, which is predictions, and a context-aware override. Even if I'm using all the principles correctly, am I able to override those things, those ethical dilemmas, right? So peace or justice is an emergent property. We cannot say, have peace. It's like, in a road rage, you go and say, boss, shant ho jao, don't fight. Amidhiya irunga, sanda podadinga, sanda summa irunduruvangala. Inna nammala adipanga vande. So anger, peace, justice, human emotions and many things like traffic is an emergent property. It happens. So you have to create like a garden, right? You cannot say, please flower. It won't flower. You have to do the right things. So how do we do the right things in the context of AI, right? So I have to rush. I know Yagnesh is looking at me, very smiling at me. So what is important to bridge the gap between the world of human values we live in and the world of technology many of us live in, right? Language. Language shapes reality. Would you agree with me? Today, how all narratives are created using language, words, terms very cleverly, right? So, how do we ensure that we are able to create a good semantic bridge between the world of human values and the world of technologies, right? Why I'm saying language? Because today the large language model, ChatGPT, is all about making sense of the mass text, body of text available in the internet, right? So how do we ensure that we are able to bridge this gap between the human values world and the world of technology? So I propose we all should look at how well this can be implemented. The AI system terminology, we have lots of terms. Many of you who are doing AI will understand these terms, which doesn't make any sense to the philosophical world, the world of ethics people, philosophers, people who design human systems, right? And here, these people, the AI systems designers and deployment people don't understand this. So how do we create a world that is bridgeable between these two, right? So when values and systems speak a common language, technology becomes a force for peace, not a force for distracting argument about will AI remove people and all that. That's a distracting argument, right? How do we remove distraction and deception and be more aware of what is relevant to me? Okay, so some of these terms that many of you will, can look at and relate to. So I have some suggestions. How do we, philosophical concept of Shraddha, how do we encode this concept in AI systems, right? How do we encode Viveka? I said ethical override of machines, ethical override of a loan processing or a recruitment system, ethical override of a system wherein criminals are being judged or predicted based on factors which are not ethically tenable. Or prajna, anubhava, whatever you want to put, you can put here. Doesn't matter, right? This is not exhaustive. I'm not saying this is the only one. On the right side, can we translate that into a machine language or a machine semantics that in turn can be coded as a program, and humans and machines can work together harmoniously, peacefully, not adversarially, right? We talk about peace. Can machines and humans live in peace? Because the whole concept of anthropomorphic is attributing human qualities to a machine. Today we're doing that. Okay, if you are attributing anthropomorphic attributes to machine, then let us also ensure the machine understands the concept that is encoded in our philosophy, right? So to summarize, let's not worry about distracting argument about AI, sentience, consciousness, intelligence, which have no common definition. Let's worry about capability. And if the capability is being used by us, how do we ensure that capability is appropriately used, right? How do we ensure, rather than algorithmic correctness and technical correctness of niti, how do we ensure that niti is translated to nyaya, which is lived experience? I as an employee should perceive justice. You as somebody else on the road or a citizen should perceive justice, right? Language is power. I think we are misunderstood this power of terms. And if you look back last 5 years, there is immense deception in the world. That ideological debate, if you are interested, we'll have a nice discussion over coffee. and don't get bored with my views. It's all about terminology. It's a neuro-linguistic programming. We are all bombarded with pictures, neuro-linguistic language, and programming means forced to do certain things against what is good for you. Examples I can give you, right? So the same thing can be used for the good of humanity. Program ourselves into thinking like machines and ensure the machines start to think like humans, right? And that I call semantic bridge. Let me stop here. Any questions? Do I have time for questions? Thank you. Yeah.
I want to thank you first of all for a very brilliant presentation. And it is not a coincidence that as a technologist without any background of writing or letters, when I tried to get into journalism, it was this idea of collaboration between human values and technology that got my foot into the door. I used the Meiji Restoration's formula of Eastern morality and Western technology. And that caught the eyes of Rector Parekh, who was on the interviewing committee. And he says, I want you to tell me more about this. And it is not a coincidence that later the chairman of the Bennett Coleman Group, I was selected surreptitiously to build a bridge between science and spirituality in the form of speaking tree. Though I am a science editor, they did not know that I also had a traditional background of the Shastras because of the upbringing that I had. So in the 50 years that I have spent in this field, everywhere I have seen the value of making connections and making bridges and keeping our senses open. And I want to thank you for this very, very brilliant, thought-provoking presentation.
Language that two different people can collaborate on, that language often is not there and breaks down communication because you don't have a common language. Common language is not a language, Tamil, Malayalam or English, it's the terminology. You know, it's like, okay. So we will talk more about it, sir.
Yes,
very
yes.
interesting. You brought a very good point, how we are unnecessarily creating difference between science and humanities.
Yes.
Right? So, yeah.
Thanks. Yeah, Mahesh, it was really fascinating. So I have just one question. Can you go back to your second last slide?
Will you find some fault in it?
That's okay. No. Who am I? See, when you talk about this Nyaya, Niti and all justice and everything, and you also talk about connecting it to...
One, sir, which one? Which slide do you want?
Second last slide. Yeah, this one. Yes, this one, precisely. So yes, it's a definitely fantastic point that you have raised. But my question is, when you talk about, let's say anyone, Shraddha, Viveka, Dharma, anything, Anubhava, Rita, whatever, there is a degree of subjectivity when you take the final call, right? There is a degree of subjectivity. No, I mean, at times, so how do you, I mean, is it possible, do you really think that AI can reach that subjectivity which a human mind...
So since, yeah, this is a very good question, and I definitely want to have, I'm going to chase you to have a discussion offline on this.
Because AI, see, I'm not a computer guy.
You don't have to be.
But as far as I understand, computer understands 0 and 1. It's the binary kind of thing. No?
Yeah.
All programmings are.
Yeah.
So, but when all of these have certain thin lines between 0 and 1.
Yes.
And there you have to take the call.
Yes. So, actually, the answer to your question was unanswerable, or there was no problem, there was no solution to this problem 2 years back. When ChatGPT came, this changed everything. Now, if you start to befriend ChatGPT, go for a paid, account of, I'm not a salesman of ChatGPT, any of the institutional paid account, you will see how it started to think like you subjectively. Subjectivity is what? Trade-offs. How can I be happy? And if I give a constraint, subjectivity can be further, we can try to objectify subjectivity by creating a sense of boundary and consequence. See, I don't know how to explain, but I can tell you one thing. Subjectivity in AI has started today, and that is why organizations have started to talk about AI being used for decisions. Until now, AI and ML remained in the realm of statistical models, probabilistic models, which is number. There is a 30% chance that today it will rain, so that is, statistics was the foundation for AI and ML before. Now, language, semantics, connections, association, dependencies, relationships have become the basis for AI. Am I clear? So your subjectivity is all about connections, dependencies, relationship, dependencies, associations. That is started now, sir. That is what will now, we are in a world of huge opportunities. And where there is opportunity, double-edged sword, there will be huge problems, which we have to, promises, pitfalls, and potential. We will talk more about it. Thank you so much for the time given, extra time given.
One question, just one. First, sir, thank you very much for a wonderful talk.
Yeah.
I'm here. Yeah. In fact, when I saw the program a few days back, I was wondering how A and P's are connected.
And?
A and P's are connected. But you gave a very beautiful explanation through bringing philosophy into picture.
Yeah.
But my observation is, any technology has got broad advantages, as well as it has become more disruptive also. But as on date, at least, the way AI has progressed, the amount of disruption AI brought, vis-a-vis whether the TV or mobile brought, they have brought convenience, but they have brought disruption also. So, for example, when I got a call from unknown fellow on my mobile, I am worried. But that's not the case with AI so far, at least.
Yeah.
So, I am happy that AI has not disrupted peace as on date as it did with mobile phones.
Yeah, so we have to be, so Yogesh, I'm officially done, okay? I'm going to talk as I'm walking.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Thiruvalluvar Thakur, VSCP, Dean, to felicitate Sri Mahesh Venkatraman, MD, Accenture, Bangalore.
Thank you, Mahesh, for the wonderful talk. And I think thank you for making the difference between correlation and causation. Very important. And let's be clear, students, AI will pretend to think. It can't think. So there will be some underlying rules which helps it pretend to think, but not think. So all of you who can think, you will have good jobs, so don't worry. So the next speaker we have is Ravindra Pandita. He will be talking about the role of civil society in promoting peace. Ravindra Pandita is a civil engineering graduate from NIT Srinagar, Kashmir, and a postgraduate diploma in business administration and industrial relations. He is the chairman and founder of Save Sharda Committee, Kashmir, a pressure group for reopening of Sharda pilgrimage in POK to bring amendment to LOC permit for facilitation of pilgrimages on both sides of LOC for pilgrims. So both from POK to India, India to POK. He is the recipient of State Government Award on Republic Day 2023. Besides JKVM, AIKS and KECSS Award winner on Sharda Mission. He is an activist on reclamation and renovation of 15 temples in Valley that are running 24/7 presently, which is a big achievement. Was anchor for AIR Srinagar and Doordarshan Srinagar on sports and an approved hockey commentator for Doordarshan. So you can see he's a real multifaceted personality. Was sports journalist for Daily Kashmir Sports Times, founded the first monthly magazine in English along with Yash Bazin and Ghulam Mohammed Bakshi called Jammu Panorama from Jammu, recipient of the first amateur journalist award for journalism in J&K in the year 1991, and several other accomplishments. I welcome Ravindra Pandita and I hand over to Ravindra Pandita and he can give his talk. Welcome, Ravindra Pandita.
Namaskar, I am very happy and thankful to SVMF for calling me, and I am more pleased that there was a little prayer by some students over here on wisdom and knowledge. I couldn't understand the language, but language is no barrier. Somehow I could read out between the lines, which is my chapter also and my struggle also. Sharda is the goddess of wisdom and knowledge. Sharda has been one of the oldest universities which lies in POK now. Much older, I think, I believe, than Nalanda and Taxila. And Sharda civilization has been a civilization itself, which lies in the occupied territory of Bharata now. Now, what our struggle is, what our committee or our group is trying to do, is that prayer is stopped there since 1948. The Sharda Peeth lies in ruins, and nobody has been allowed to go to POK in that particular district where it lies, that's District Neelam. We have a mechanism since 2004 when Vajpayee ji and General Musharraf developed a mechanism for divided families because of the partition and later on because of the proxy war unleashed by Pak, who are the oppressors. So Pakistan made a war called tribal raids on us that divided Kashmir into two, and as is various basis a ceasefire was announced and an LOC was created. So in 2005, there was an agreement, a treaty between India and Pakistan to allow divided families from this side to go to POK, and from POK, the people would come to India, temporarily suspended since 2019. It continued till 2019. But the rider is that you should have a relative across. No, either you should have a relative in POK, then only I can go. I don't have any relative there. So it becomes a movement or a treaty for a very small percentage of people who have a relative across. And people have gone to POK and people have come from POK to our Kashmir. But the fact remains that nobody concentrated on heritage and religious tourism or allowing normal people also to go to POK, where our Mahashakti Peeth lies. It lies in ruins. So we started a movement that cross LOC, heritage and tourism must begin. I am here today not only as the founder of the Save Sharda committee, but also as president of All India Kashmiri Samaj. We Kashmiri Pandits have faced a genocide. We are out since 1990. We are living in exile for the last 36 years. And I have tried to go back into the roots since 2006. And in 2006, I saw the temples and shrines as nerve centers of going back and getting into the trust deficit, whatever we have, and make a reconciliation effort through temples and shrines. Because right now we have no political empowerment, no social empowerment, no economic empowerment. The whole community is out and living in exile. Nobody has thought over this, how to do the return and rehabilitation of this particular ethnicity, who are the aborigines of the Kashmir Mandala and who are the founders of the Sharda civilization. In our Kashmir, since 2073 BC, King Ashoka period to 761 AD, King Lalita Ditya period. It was all overshadowed, Sanatana was overshadowed by Buddhism. And later on, we were the people, Kashmiri Pandits, basically, who got Buddhism into Kashmir, Mandala, the Sharda Desh, that would extend from Cambodia to Iran. And first international conference of Buddhists was also held during Kanishka's rule in Srinagar, only near Harvan. Then the advent of Islam, the coming of Shamir and the Sufis, who started conversions, we gave them the shelter. Our king Sudeva gave them the shelter, and we faced the wrath all through, and we are out, so we are into exile. Now, coming straight to the point, the role of civil society. Government is doing its own job. Government is not, since 1947, really trying to regain the occupied territories or our minority shrines or the Sharda Peeth. Sharda being the goddess of wisdom and knowledge. You know, when we say Namaste Sharde Devi Kashmir Parvasni, Toham Prarthe Nityam Vidya Dhanam Chidehime. So all that what we are discussing here, even up to AI, ये सब देन है माता शारदा की. So इसमें अभी क्या करने का है? That government is having its own role, so has the armies who are guarding our borders. But what is the role of the people generally, civil society? So we don't have any Hindu across. We developed a civil society across in POK, and we got a first breakthrough after 70 years that we laid flowers on Sharda Peeth and got the holy soil and the shillas, some stones from Sharda Peeth to Delhi. We have given it all the Shankaracharyas, and that was one of the major breakthrough. Then we sent a portrait of Ma Sharda to the civil society in POK. Mind it, it's an enemy country, Islamic Republic country, a conflict zone. And still people have laid flowers out there on our behalf who are the Muslims. So that is the power of the civil society. In 2018, I applied to Pakistan Supreme Court on Katas Raj Temple, the encroachments, and a similar judgment we passed on Sharda Peeth also, where a lot of encroachment has been done by the locals over there. So I got a landmark judgment on 3rd January 2018 from POK Supreme Court, what they call AJK. So that was perhaps the first document in last 75 years, the Supreme Court order, which we got, and later I tried the concerned department, civil department who maintains and runs the Sharda Peeth. For maintaining sanctity, I got another order from there, 31st December 2018 from POK. That shows that power, and recently the encroachment on Sharda Peeth in 2 years back by Pakistan Army by building a coffee home, and I had a press conference in Bangalore, and I did a lot of pressurizing tactics. Through the civil society, again, we could succeed at least renovating and bringing awareness on this encroachment of a Pak Army on our Sharda Peeth. And in this context, through the civil society of our Kashmir, where no Hindu is there around, after 75 years, we reclaimed the same piece of land where we had a temple, a base camp to go to the annual Sharda Yatra. And we had a Sikh Gurdwara also. Through our committee, we reclaimed that piece of land, and we built, in support with Sringeri Mutt, the same Sharda temple out there, and the same Sikh Gurdwara under the same committee, which is an all-faith committee. It comprises of construction committee comprised of 3 Muslims, 1 Sikh, and 5 Kashmiri Pandits. So this was a unique example where Muslims constructed back. And I believe sometimes I tell them jokingly that it's all karma. Your grandfather burnt it in 1947, and you as the grandson is reconstructing the same temple. That is the chakra of karma. So that was jokingly with them, but it's the Muslims who have constructed that, who have helped us there, and the temple is running fine. You are all invited there. This is the base camp. We have given a clear signal out to Pakistan. that we are zeroing in and the yatra has to be opened. This has also paved way for the development of that particular village called Titwal through this civil society initiative. There's no government interference in this. There's no government funding. It's all, funded by people like you and me. And this has, we have shown, we have created an example that right at LOC in a conflict zone, things can happen. That has brought in peace and development out there in that particular village also. So that's one of the steps. Not only the army's role, they are doing their own role. Civil society has also a role to play at its own level. And I believe in interfaith dialogue, what we have started, we believe that return and rehabilitation, even people to people contacts also plays a role. So that's how we got the first book published recently on interfaith dialogue. It's going on nicely. Some more groups are coming out. And we hope that we help the government, central government and the state government as well, not only through building temples, but building bridges. That trust deficit that's gone, we have to bounce back. There have been, if you open Google and the history, there have been 6 migrations earlier to conclude that this is the 7th migration in 1990 that has happened. And since we have gone 6 times back also over the centuries, that shows that something, love for the motherland or for our shrines or for our culture or for our local dialect or for the Sharda, we have gone 6 times back. Now we'll bounce back 7 times also. So role of civil society in promoting peace and harmony is very important. I believe that it can be achieved only through the civil society. Across also we have a civil society. This side also we have a civil society. And I had been to Kartarpur Gurdwara, which was opened in 2019. I was allowed by Government of India and Government of Pakistan to go there in the first batch. But once I applied to go to the Sharda Peeth, where I have a right to pilgrimage, I am not allowed. My this thing LOC permit is being rejected from Indian side. So that is the irony. So I say there should be an amendment in LOC permit rules to allow annual pilgrimages so that the treaty is revisited and we are allowed to go to our roots, our Ishta Devi, and know and explore the Sharda civilization back again. Thank you so much. Namaskar. Any questions, please?
If anybody has some questions, yeah, please.
Namaste, Ravindra Pandit ji. This is Vitthal Nadkarni. And what a beautiful coincidence that we are talking virtually. And I was supposed to be in Titwal just a few weeks ago, but due to a health emergency, I had to postpone my visit. So it is my great privilege to welcome you here from Chennai. I want to ask you, how did you protect yourself from the fear and sense of danger that must also attend to such attempts? From dark elements, from, dare I say it, ISI or whatever. How do you sustain yourself? What is the source of your power?
No, it's inspiration of our Guru and inspiration of our Mata. You see, I am also a senior citizen now. I believe preservation of heritage and culture is the need of the hour. Our next generation don't know anything about Kashmir, about the language and the culture. So we took a step, I took an initiative. I am the only prominent person right now who has done this 15th temple in the valley since 2006, reclaimed it back. And without security, I have never opted for the security. Though I have received threats directly from Pakistan also. Initially, Pakistan issued a threat that once there's no Hindu or a Sikh in Titwal, why you are constructing a temple and a Gurdwara out there? For what purpose? So the prompt reply was, we are not constructing, we are reconstructing. It's not a choice I have gone to Titwal to construct the temple. So it is a reconstruction of the same Gurdwara and the temple which we have burnt in Pak proxy war in 1947. So ever since Pakistan are the oppressors and they don't stop this infiltration, these things won't get that neat and clean. Otherwise, we do have UN resolutions also in place right now. 1948 chapter 6, we have freedom of free movement. People can come, I can go anytime to Muzaffarabad, but it's not allowed because of these circumstances. Bajpayee ji did a fine thing. So my security is not that important. I feel I have come out on a work, on a job, on a mission, and I believe that mission should be accomplished. You have to come to Titwal. Yes, I was waiting there for 15 days. I was there. I am all alone in a rented accommodation. I am lone Hindu who lives amongst Muslims in a Muslim mohalla. So that's how you do it. You can't be there in an army camp and enjoy in their rest houses. That's not the way to build temples or the build the trust amongst the locals. So I have been living there since 2021, and today also there's a central government employee with his family in my rented accommodation out there, cooking food themselves. They are from central India, and everything is in place. You are most welcome, Nath Karniji. I missed your visit this time, so hopefully I am there in June.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for your kind invitation. And what do you expect from rest of India? How can we help? Can you suggest some concrete steps that can be taken in this regard?
Actually, I believe whole of the south. Lot of people from Tamil Nadu also came this time on Navaratri, the Ugadi day. Lot of saints also. I believe there is lack of awareness. You have to raise the level of awareness. Our Mahashakti Peeth is in ruins. It's in occupied territory. We have to get it released. We need to go there. We have a right to pilgrimage, right to religion. That's how we got into the government files also. When Home Ministry suggested me it's a treaty, how do you suggest people from POK? They will also ask Pakistani pilgrims to come to our side. So I have suggested two places, Char Sharif and Hazratbal. Hazratbal is the place where my regional engineering college also there besides. So I have studied from there. I have visited Hazratbal many times. So we have suggested they should come to Hazratbal. We have already two bus routes. We have Odi Muzaffarabad, we have Ravla Kot Punch in Jammu and Odi Muzaffarabad in Srinagar, and the crossing bridge at Titwal. So we suggest that this will be a big confidence building measure if the religious tourism is allowed and we get into our heritage. In POK, we have 37 minority shrines. So we say that they can come to Hazrat, but we should be allowed to go to Sharda. So awareness has to be raised, and you all people have to come. There's a lot of people coming from Telangana, from Karnataka. Now Maharashtra has also picked up. Tamil Nadu, we had the earliest, biggest, largest group of 100 people when the temple had been just inaugurated. People from Tamil Nadu, I don't remember the name of the saint right now. So he had come with a very big group, and that started it all. And we need to come and visit this place, at least if we are not allowed to go across. So we should go to the last point of India. It's the last village. And this was the first polling station also in the recent elections. It's really fascinating. You should forget about these Gulmarg and Sonmarg. I don't say you don't go there, but the beauty and scenic beauties of this place are really worth watching. And you will have a religious tourism also. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and I hope we can have the next edition of the Peace and Reconciliation Conference in Titwal. Thank you, sir.
Sure. Namaskar.
Thank you very much. I think your missionary zeal, what you have achieved so far is incredible. And like Kartar corridor, you want to have a Sharda corridor. And it's very, very inspiring. You know, the work you have done is incredible. And what is really amazing is the positive attitude. I mean, 36 years you're out of Kashmir and you still have hope because 6 times you have migrated back. I mean, that's incredible, you know. So that's really the hope and positive view that you're giving to everybody. Thank you, sir. This has been really, really inspiring story from you. The next speaker we have is Dr. S. Praveen Kumar, another accomplished speaker. We are only accomplished speakers in this session. So he's done his PhD in management. He's also an English literature master's holder. I don't know if you've done a PhD also in. He's also done. He's a double PhD. He's done his PhD in English literature too. He has. He's on the advisory board in Harvard Business Review. He's in the board of trustee in Crown University Americas. He's a mentor for Startup TN and Nan Mudalavan. 15 books he has published. He's on the editorial board of 27 national and international journals. He's published 70 empirical research papers. I can go on and on. So he's really an accomplished person. He will be talking to us on challenges to peace in the AI-dominated era. I think he's going to take off from where Mahesh left. So thank you very much, sir, for coming here. I welcome Dr. S. Praveen Kumar.
Vanakkam and peace to all the esteemed guests on the dais, off the dais, learned professors, and my dear students. When I entered the campus, I was wondering and confused. Is it a Sunday? The campus was bustling with life, all of you alive, active, and kicking, when the rest of the world is relaxing and stretching. Kudos to all of you. Let's quickly look into the challenges for peace in this AI era. A quick look at the way humanity has traversed through industrialization and the era in which we have landed in is the era of disruption. Ever since we started to use cotton, iron, water, power to the various mechanization, automation that has happened, I think we have reached disruptions. Now the biggest challenges, as we had been worried, concerned, is there going to be a shift in control? Because we had always been in control, but now the machines are gaining a lot of intelligence, exponential growth in intelligence. As long as they're going to pretend to make decisions, peace prevails. But what if they make the actual decisions? So looking at how things are going to be, a prediction, things are going to be nano, networked, autonomous, hypersonic. We already see this happening. And there's going to be a synthesis of biology, energy, reality, where the machines are going to have a body which is not going to age, so they're going to defy death, but the intelligence of human persons. And the algorithms, intelligence with quantum computers, artificial general intelligence with the advent of AGI and quantum computers. What if they actually start thinking? Sir was talking about Shraddha, consciousness. Only human beings are gifted with that. Can these machines make soulful decisions? Can they uphold the aram that we talk in Tamil? Robotic dogs join army combat drill. Looks very good, great in fact. Because of extreme climatic conditions, they could navigate and do great work. But the concern, the challenge starts here. A military drone with a mind of its own was used in combat, UN says, in Libya. This is where the challenge starts. A military drone, not an ordinary drone, a military drone. So what if this shift in control happens, or has it already happened? Is the major concern, is the major challenge. Look at this, AI meets war. There was a question about where is AI in peace, where is the correlation? These are the correlations. Inside Israel's AI factory and its deployment in Gaza, it can attack with precision without any time being wasted on decision making. So very, very precise. These are some of the challenges we are talking about. Look at this one. 1 month, 5 lakh face scans. How China is using AI to profile a minority. So the movement is all tracked using AI, using face scanners and so on. So these are the challenges, dear people, that we are facing with. This happened in Myanmar. Algorithm of harm. Facebook amplified Myanmar military propaganda following coup. I will shoot whoever I see. Myanmar soldiers use TikTok to threaten protesters. So there was a lot of hate speeches that were algorithmically manipulated into the system. So you imagine the sense of fear that this social media AI is creating in the fabric of the society. Google employees resign over Project Maven and AI for military. Here's what happened. Look at the next one. 3,100 Google employees to CEO Sundar Pichai. Google should not be in the business of war, because the drone footages that they collected could have been misused by the defense sectors there. So look, human beings, they resigned their jobs. 3,100 raised their voice because of the consciousness that is embedded in human beings. So the biggest challenge is, what if this is being questioned? Another menace is the deep fakes. All of you know what we are going through. Look at this one. There was a video that became viral of Zelensky saying, surrender to Russia. He was addressing the soldiers of Ukraine who were on the war front. During these critical moments, it's very difficult to find out whether this is a deep fake or a real one. That crucial time period is a matter of grave concern. There were also other videos about Putin saying that let's offer peace, let's end the war, and so on. Both of it were deep fakes. It's a question of time. It took some time for people to understand these are deep fakes, but you know the turmoil that people go through when such videos are inserted in, hacked in news web portals. So that makes it even more credible. This does not come in Facebook for people to dismiss. It is hacked into the news portals, and that is where the AI challenge comes in. Look at this video. All of us know what happened, but this is what deepfake could create. Though all of us today know the difference of what actually happened and what did not happen, this confuses people because of disinformation. Look at this one. Criminals used AI to clone company director's voice and steal $35 million. $35 million. Happens in India as well. Lucknow man duped by AI, cloned voice, loses 45,000 in extortion. So these are the menace of deepfakes. When Microsoft introduced Tay AI, it started to use racial discriminations because it was trained with a lot of data using the X.com. So it imitated human beings and had a lot of racial slur when it was speaking. So immediately Microsoft apologized and pulled it back, but the damage was done. Robots robots will be able to do everything better than us. So at one point, Elon Musk says, practically every job would be done in the optimal manner, better than human beings. So what are human beings going to do? This was the question that Elon Musk was posed with. He said, maybe in the long future, all of them will be given a common salary. Okay? There are not going to be variety of jobs because they are going to take it over. So these are far-fetched. Anyways, Harvard University will use an AI professor to teach its students next semester, which means the age of AI has come, because you know the type of quality of lectures that Harvard professor would need to require, answer questions spontaneously, complex concepts needs to be deciphered and understood. So they are exponentially becoming intelligent. Already 3 people had been implanted with this chip of neural link, wherein even when the motor movements are very difficult, or there's a snap of motor movements with the neural system, this connects, the chip in the brain connects. 3 people have already been ingrained with this in their brains, and they are able to move the computer cursor with their vision, with their sight, and not by using their motor movements. So all this so good so far, but the challenges, with all the other things that we had seen so far is going to be really very challenging. Because of time, I thought I'll take up a lot of questions with this brief presentation. I'm open to questions. Yes, sir, please.
Thank you for a lovely presentation.
Thank you so much, sir.
I get a feeling of reiteration of Murphy's law. If things can go wrong, they will. Now, the challenge, as you said, is to make sure that Murphy's law does not work in AI. Is it inevitable that what Elon Musk is talking about? What is your personal view?
Though these are very convincing when it comes from people of this stature, we can divide it into 2. These are things that should not happen, but you rightly, pertinently called it inevitable. So my personal view is these are in fact inevitable. But how do we make this compliance with AI? That is going to be the biggest challenge that is posed to all of you, all of us, especially the younger generation. Okay? Because it's going to take some time from here. It's not going to be as fast as people are predicting. Though ChatGPT is doing a great job, all of us know the limitations with which ChatGPT has come. Very nascent stage, AI at its very nascent stage. So we are concerned about the longer run. It is going to be inevitable, but how are you going to make it compliant is the way forward.
Would what Mahesh ji suggested about building those nuances, maybe they are difficult to quantify in binary codes, zeros and one, but it is a challenge worth attempting, I feel, to imbue the systems with a sense of the grayness rather than black and white. Would you agree?
Yes, very much, sir. It has already happened. Sir also said about the natural language processing that these AIs are capable of. There is this father of AI, people call, who says they will develop emotions. The AI will develop emotions. But the larger question is, will they have the Shraddha, the consciousness? They could develop emotions, yes, possible. But the Shraddha will always be unique. The soulfulness will always be unique. The biggest concern, my dear students, is the casualty, I'll say, is thinking. You have stopped thinking. It is because you rely too much on this AI. You have stopped thinking. Your assignments are copied. Okay, it is generated by AI. So that is really a bigger challenge than the AI itself. Okay, human beings, we should think laterally, especially your generation, the generation Z and Alpha. You stopped thinking. You're not thinking on your own. This is what I see as a teacher, and this is a grave concern than the implications of AI.
It bears to be reiterated, the old adage, GIGO, garbage in, garbage out. So you get what you feed into the system. So we have to be so careful in what we are empowering the AI to make,
Very true, sir. Very true.
decisions.
We saw about the chatbot of Microsoft.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
It's on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Both the presentations were really thought-provoking. I was thinking of making one observation and also put you one question. We were alerted, Indians in general, you see, about the dangers of AI by Rajiv Mehrotra, who, with his Infinity Foundation, he tirelessly organized so many programs in the United States. He warned against how Harvard can just create anti-India programs, and people who put him, he went to various religious leaders and he tried to just persuade them to take a position, ethical and moral and spiritual position. It was very difficult for him. He also came to India. He met the Prime Minister. He met all the ministers. He wanted a conclave of people. So you would have been aware of it. I'm a naive person, but I do read about these things. And
Yes.
I don't think at that time the Prime Minister also called for a special meeting on AI, and some people expressed great wonder that the Prime Minister should be interested in knowing about AI. But now people will know that the enemy is not in the doorstep, it's in our bedroom, shall we say. So Rajiv Mehrotra has really anticipated some of these difficulties, not only with AI, but also with other aspects. Then your profile says that you are also a PhD in English. Okay? So one question, this information is not something very new. It can take several forms, okay? And it took dangerous forms during Stalin's Russia, okay? Some people name themselves as Stalin or even Gorky and so on, but there's a difference between Gorky and Stalin, especially the later phase of Stalin. And the one person who fought against this information was George Orwell in his 1984. Okay, not only Animal Farm, but 1984. And we also know that some of the Russian writers have just protested against this, and they were chased out, and scientists were actually crucified and so on. I want to know, I'm unaware, but your students are very intelligent, yesterday I listened to them. Is there any kind of literature which tries to stem this great tide against AI, which can almost swamp, displace, and demoralize human civilization? Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. I think sir had given a wonderful presentation. I would go by whatever sir had given, the table of semantic meanings. So that should be the guiding factor.
So that Orwellian, I think Orwell is very relevant today, especially in the world of semantic AI, ChatGPT. We will talk more about it. The Propaganda and Demotic Speech essay of Orwell in 1984, wherein words are coined to shape thinking and create a new reality for the for the masses to be very docile and not resist. All that is relevant today in the world of ChatGPT. So that is, we have to be careful and counter it as citizens and be very skeptical, at the same time very enthusiastic about it. This is the balance we have to strike. Sorry, that's
Yes,
your
yeah,
question.
yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. L. Prabhu, Vice Principal Admin, AVIT, to felicitate Dr. S. Praveen Kumar, Dean, School of Commerce and Management, Bharat Institute of Higher Education and Research.
Thank you very much for your talk. Thank you very much for your talk, Dr. Praveen Kumar. I think you told us what AI is already doing and what it will probably do in future. And I think all of us have to gear up and figure out ways and means to deal with it. And I think regulators and governments and so on may have to build guardrails. What kind of guardrails will they build is going to be important. So thank you very much for your talk. The next speaker is Janani Janakiraman. So Janani has done her master's in psychology from Women's Christian College, and she has also done her postgraduate diploma in yoga therapy. She has been a counselor in multiple schools in Chennai and in Noida, and she is a consultant psychologist now based in Delhi. She works with children, and her topic is justice in the workplace and the impact of armed conflict on children. Justice in the workplace and the impact of armed conflict on children. Over to Janani Janakiraman.
Good morning. Pranam Srushi Sadguru. Pranam Swamiji. I hope my screen is visible to everyone. So my topic for this annual conference on peace and reconciliation are twofold: justice in the workplace and the impact of armed conflict on children. I hope I can do brief justice to both of these topics in the given time. We'll start with justice in the workplace. And for that, I'm calling attention to one of Sadhguruma's quotes, where she says, when something unpleasant happens to you, don't waste your time blaming the circumstances or persons that caused it. Rather, pray to God for strength. When the crocodile seized Gajendra, he prayed, Narayana, Guru of all beings, prostrations to you. He did not pray, kill the crocodile, kill the crocodile. From this, of course, Gajendra is such an evolved being that he did not want retaliation, but he wanted only repair. He did not want, he did not call Narayana to remove his obstacle or kill the crocodile that is harming him, but he only asked for protection and praised the Lord. This, in my interpretation, I am connecting to one facet of justice, which is restorative justice. Restorative justice, in its essence, is merely having the victim, the offender, and the primary stakeholders in the crisis situation, whatever be the degree and intensity of it, to have dialogues between each other, to appraise the harm that has been caused, for everybody's voice and perspectives to be heard, and to collectively decide and collaborate to make things right. So I would like to view justice in the workplace through the lens of restorative justice and share just some insights. So it is a very humanistic lens of justice, where the person involved, the people involved are valued, and as employees, they are viewed as valuable human contributors to the system rather than cost to the workplace. And through this lens, any reparation is facilitated through dialogues, and the focus is on building and empowering the people to create a harmonious workplace culture. So it's a very strengths-based approach and not a deficit-based approach. So the focus is not just conflict resolution, but the larger picture of what does the workplace stand for, what are we as a workplace encouraging, and what are we setting boundaries for. So through this lens, it brings the perspectives of psychology into the workplace systems. We'll quickly see why conventional legal practices may be failing um, at uh, a workplace in the larger sense, because conventional systems view the victim as just a witness. They're invisible and voiceless in the sense that they have no say in the legal procedures. And there's re-traumatization through this process because of the process of them explaining and begging for um, change. It is very emotionally draining for that person, and the victim usually does not have any say in the outcome. It is a very top-down approach where another person is viewing the situation from their own lens and not from an empowering lens of the victim. And through this restorative process, there's opportunities for formal processes of apology and relational repair. So I would want to highlight this word relational, because that is the essence of the application of restorative practices in the workplace. So every policy, every decision that is made is focused on the relational aspect of it, as in what are these people standing for? What is the workplace standing for? How am I able to help my employee? How is the employee benefited from it? Is their employee well-being? How is their productivity impacted because of this? And a lot of research has been done to highlight the advantages of restorative practices to deal with injustice and crisis situations, depending on the degree of severity, where they're clearly seen that there's a higher return on investment because of performance outcomes, there's more productivity, there's lesser conflict costs because there's lesser legal work, and of course, a healthier workplace culture. So the focus is redemption and forgiveness. So, giving credit where it's due, the ideas that I'm going to delve deeper into are things that have been talked about at various conferences, because restorative justice is becoming the talk of the town in organizational psychology. So, borrowing from ideas presented at one of the conferences held in Duke University. So, restorative justice circles. So if you ask, okay, we've talked about a little bit about restorative practices, but how do we implement it? So one of the ways we can implement restorative practices in a workplace is to hold restorative justice circles. So this borrows largely from quality circle times or circle time rituals that are popular in psychology, in group therapy work, as well as widely used in the education industry with children, as well as the staff and the stakeholders over there. So it might sound trivial, but the key feature of this is actually to sit in a circle where there is no hierarchy, there's equality, everybody gets to see everybody, everybody feels equal. There are no top-down approaches. There's shared accountability, the responsibility of driving these conversations. Of course, there's going to be a facilitator who's going to take a neutral standpoint and ensure that everybody has their voice and choice. But it is a shared responsibility that everybody takes charge of, and it rebuilds the trust, opening for vulnerable conversations that result in healing. There is honest addressing of power dynamics, and through the whole process, it is to ensure that everybody engages meaningfully in a workplace. So simple things like you could do with your team is to just sit together and ask about what happened. It might sound like a very simple question, but we have to delve deeper into what is the intent of the question. Is it coming from a space of curiosity and inquisitiveness where there is no judgment being held? Or is it coming from the space of assumption, I already know, but I just want to hear you? So, understanding more about everybody's perspective, how are you impacted by it? How many things that you could think of when you say, yes, this impacted me? What are the spheres of life that were impacted by it? And it is also a very solution oriented process. It is not just making people talk. It is collective and collaborative decision making, taking into consideration the humanistic values. So it also talks about the way forward. You can encourage conversations about what needs to be said, heard, or done to repair and move forward. So as you can see, these can be used in various situations, be it small or large. I'm going to move on to, let's say, a simpler approach. If justice circles seem to be something that requires more alignment and more effort, can we bring restorative practices into team meetings? Team meetings are going to happen day in and day out every week based on the smaller teams or the larger teams, whether you're a team leader, middle leadership, or senior leadership, you are going to facilitate these meetings. In that perspective, when we start a meeting, are we directly going into the agenda for the day? Or are we valuing the human in front of us? Are we asking about how are things? What is one highlight that you could share from your previous week? How was time at home? How was the break? What are you grateful for right now? So we call this a check-in. In circle time ritual, we call it a check-in merely to ground the person to where they are in the here and now. And as we move on with the dialogue, some things that we have to take into consideration is, while team meetings are facilitated, can we make sure there are no hierarchies for the most part of it? Yes, there are unsaid hierarchies, there are apparent hierarchies as well, but can we talk from an approach that is not top down? And when we're taking decisions, can we ask what are the possible impacts of this decision on the team? Let everyone talk. What's working well, what's not? Being open to feedback, asking about how are we showing up for each other? Are we helping each other out beyond just the goals and the outcomes? And addressing these challenges and tensions through this lens focuses on reparation and not punishment, not punitiveness. So, while facilitating these dialogues, are we avoiding blame? Can we encourage what do they need from this? Why is this happening? If this is happening repeatedly, what is it in my power that I can do for my team? And ask this for everybody, because it is not just the leader's responsibility to do reparations. It's a collective approach. So, and reflective responses from everyone. So these are ways to make sure that even team meetings, as mundane as they sound, are enriched, are empowering in ways and means that the employees feel like, yes, this is why I come to work every day. I feel heard, I feel respected over here. I'm an integral part, and it is a common understanding that everybody is replaceable. But yes, I am irreplaceable. I have my grounding over here. I find meaning in my work. And always to give them that sense of agency in aligning with the values and the goals of the organization, and always to have a closing ritual of something that they feel motivated about, to ask something like, is there something you would like to acknowledge or appreciate about someone over here? So all throughout this, as facilitators of team meetings, to be open to feedback and to actually be open to feedback and not just have it said. So now I'd like to also try to understand from organizational perspectives, why do we have to take this effort? I already give my employees benefit packages. I have a break room, I have a game room over there where they can relax when they want to. But these small acts go a long way. As Yoga Sutta talks about, Heyam Dukkham Anagatam, future suffering can be avoided. So, using restorative practices in the mundane or the large act as preventive strategies for potential future conflicts. And compassionate leadership from restorative practices go a long way. And the bhavanas that are mentioned in the Yoga Sutras are literally the end all and be all of every situation where the leader can be friendly to the people who are very happy, performing well, of course, compassionate to the people for going through challenges, making sure that they come out of it, giving them additional support when they really need it. Being unperturbed in the sense of upeksha is also could be interpreted as not choosing the blame game, not being punitive in front of everybody, having one-on-one conversations at a later time, and of course being mudita, where you could probably be very appreciative of their success, giving acknowledgement where it's due. And yamas and niyamas of Yoga Sutra, they really empower any person doing any job, and especially for compassionate leadership, ahimsa, satyam, asteyam, not stealing, giving credit where it's due, being moderate, and the absence of greed in the sense that we are not always going to be outcome oriented, but also process oriented. And I would like to read this Yoga Sutra as a leader, being firmly grounded in non-violence and ahimsa. The employees around you will naturally lose any feelings of hostility. So, ahimsa is something that is an integral part of leadership and management. Bhagavad Gita is not my expertise, but I felt like I related largely to this sutra, where this verse, where Krishna says every endeavor is covered by some fault. So we're not looking for justice, but we're looking for acceptance. It just is because as employers, to be very compassionate with the people around you. And again, from a restorative lens, where forgiveness is relinquishing our right to get even. So it's not retaliation, it's not tit for tat. If we were always going for an eye to eye, I read somewhere that the world would be blind. So retaliation is secondary or could be avoided, and reparation and repair and healing could be a focus. So at this point, I'm going to transition using the same lens
Manoj,
to...
sorry to interrupt
Yes,
you.
yes,
I think we're running out of time.
absolutely, sir.
So if you have to say in a few words about impact of armed conflict on children, we can take it. Otherwise, I mean, if you need too much time, it may be difficult. But if you
No,
can
I will take
summarize.
maybe 3 more minutes and summarize
Okay.
just the impact of armed conflict. So
Okay,
we do
sure.
know
Thanks.
armed conflict relates a lot to crisis, war zones. So I'm just going to take one aspect of the time after conflict, where there are chances for post-traumatic growth, where people who have gone through traumatic experiences come out stronger, wiser, and more connected to what matters. So, of course, there are a lot of factors that we can promote post-traumatic growth. It is not a necessary outcome for people who have gone through trauma, but it is a possible outcome. Um, so one thing that I want to stress here is family support, the presence of siblings and parental influence. So tying to the home environment, sometimes, unfortunately, the home environment can also become the battlefield. So, in those circumstances, as adults and as parents, what are the responsibilities that has to be taken is to model healthy conflict resolution by apologizing, by de escalating situations, and modeling healthy coping mechanisms. For example, religion and spirituality in moderation, where it is not forced upon, but the highlights of which are explained and practiced oneself. And an aspect which I found very fascinating, where the authoritative parenting style, which we've always looked at, is also called the restorative parenting style, where the parents are not only establishing very clear boundaries, but also giving enough and lot of love and support and scaffolding, such that children know their boundaries but also grow to be wonderfully integrated, healthy, resilient children, because children have innate resilience that we can tap into whenever there is a lot of crisis. And now I'd like to end with Sadhguruma's Upadesham, where she talks about children being a great responsibility. If they're not brought up well, then the parents have spoiled the life of a fellow human being, as well as made things difficult for the rest of society. So, with that, I thank Swamiji for this wonderful opportunity, for giving me the space to explore these beautiful concepts. So, Pranam Sri Sadhguru, Pranam Sri Swamiji.
Thank you, Janani, for the very relevant and important talk that you have given, especially about workplace culture and restorative practices, both at the workplace as well as for children. If there's one question we can take, anybody has a question we can take. Okay. If there's no questions, then we can break for tea for 5 minutes and start the next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you so
Thank you to all the panelists.
Recent Reconciliation Conference, and this is the second session of today's program. This will be followed by the valedictory address and the summing up of the talks which took place on all the 3 days. We have some excellent speakers today. We have 5 speakers in this session, out of which 3 speakers will be addressing here, and the other 2 will be joining online. The first speaker, I call upon Shri Devinder Pal Singh. Let me give you a short, we have to be very brief. They are all very highly qualified, but I've made a very brief summary of their biodata. Shri Devinder Pal Singh, Deputy General Manager at Indraprastha Gas Limited, is a highly accomplished instrumentation and control engineer, a B.Tech from IIT Jalandhar. Shri Devinder Pal Singh has a rich experience of more than a decade in the gas sector, and he's an expert in managing large-scale projects in instrumentation and automation, operation and maintenance, and business development. He has been a much sought-after speaker in oil and natural gas sector in India and abroad, and has published several papers. He is presently the Vice Chairman of India's Smart Grid Forum. He is also a trustee in the Sri Uttaradam Tirunal Marthandavarma Foundation. I have a small request. We have a dilemma. We are running on a very tight schedule, and the allotted time for every speaker is 15 minutes. So thank you all. And I call upon Shri Devinder Pal Singh now.
Thank you for this welcome. Very good morning to all of you, respected speakers, honorable members, dear students. So my topic for today is justice is the cornerstone of peace, bridging perception and reality. So before I begin, I would throw a question before you, all of you. As I have been informed that Vinayak Mission students are very intelligent, I believe this session is going to be very enriching, and it will be a two-way communication for all of us. So justice is the cornerstone of peace. Is it a belief? If it is a belief, is it a perception or a reality? On the other side, justice is not the cornerstone of peace. Then again, is it a belief? If it is a belief, is it a perception or a reality? When we talk about justice, what comes in our mind? Equality, fairness, transparency, good governance. These are the key words that bang our head when we talk about justice. If people feel wronged, oppressed, or unequal under the law, then peace will be fragile. In Indian courts, I believe and I am sure that everybody must have seen the statue of Lady Justice. I hope everybody must have seen in the movies also, Lady Justice, a blindfolded woman holding a scale and then holding a sword in her hand. You know what it symbolizes? Well, the blindfold indicates that before the justice, everyone are same and equal. No one is above, no one is lower. All are treated equally. The lady there represents kindness. The morality aspect was indicated by the lady. And then comes the sword. Well, punishment will be there for the criminals, and the sword is the authoritative representation of the justice. Recently, on 16th October 2024, that statue has been changed by the Supreme Court. Now, instead of the blindfoldedness, the blindfold has been removed. The lady has been now given an Indian cultural look of a sari, and the sword has been replaced by the Constitution. Now, what it indicates? The eyes are open of Indian judiciary system. All are treated equally before law, and the guiding principle is not the sword but the Constitution. Now the woman is not holding the sword but a Constitution, which shows that now everything is, actually it was earlier also, but everything is governed by Constitution only. Now, when we talk about justice, what are the different type of justices come into our mind? Like, I'll give you few of them, the most popular, distributive justice, where means that there should be an equal distribution of the resources, right? Then there is a procedural justice. There should be a procedure, there should be law. Suppose you are going for a job and there must be a procedure for the interview. You go attend the interview, and somehow if you don't get the job, you don't get angry. You may get disappointed, but you not get angry because you are aware of the procedures. That is your procedural justice happened to you. Then there is a retributive justice. The previous speaker generally has talked elaborately on it, and restorative justice. But when we talk about retributive justice, we basically trying to convey that there is punishment for the crime. There is some authority who will punish you for the crime. And restorative justice is work on healing. Like suppose if you driving a car and you got an accident and there is a dispute between you and the other party, you basically talk about healing aspect, right? You basically negotiate the damage, the other person pay for the damage, and there is a restorative justice happens. And the very common is a social justice. There should be no inequality in terms of caste, creed, color, religion. Justice is not a new concept. It is from the Vedic era. When we talk about Vedic era, that time it was governed by Manusmriti. There was embedded dharma shlokas over there. And in the modern era now, we see there are courts established. So what all changed from that to is nothing, but simply that compassion is the mother of dharma. Dharma is the cause of justice. Next comes into the bridging perception and reality. Now, what is the reality? When we say that, okay, are there systems placed to incorporate these justice in the society? Are they acting fairly? Are people being treated equally? And what is the perception is, what people believe. Do they feel justice being served to them or not? Here comes the role of education. Peace must be built on justice, and that justice must be taught. Where lies the roots of justice is the education, the moral values. Education teach you critical thinking, education teach you about empathy, and most importantly, education teaches you your rights and duties. My duties could be your rights, and your duties could be my rights. So awareness of my rights and duties come through education. I give you a very, very recent example I've gone through. I was supposed to come a day before, but there was some sandstorm in New Delhi, and more about 6 flights were cancelled, right? Now, how this justice system worked. The flight was delayed by 6 hours. We being educated persons, we were aware of our rights. We talked to the airlines that after every 2 hours there should be a meal. And when we asked for that, they provided us the meal. The meal was not provided to those who have asked, but it is provided to each and every person on the flight. And here comes the distributive law. Equal distribution of resources, right? Then there is a procedural justice I just talked about. Now there was a procedure like, okay, we have to manage these set of people, then okay, they arrange them in a sequence, right? And there is a full-fledged procedure. Now, what comes about the critical thinking? Now, there were multiple reactions of the same situation. Suppose if I give you a situation, a person X will think in a different way, person Y will think in a different way. Same case occurred over there. Some people retained their patience. They were empathetic with the airline crew and the system over there that, okay, it was a nature that has caused this eruption. And then there were people who were not so critical, and they were a bit tempered, maybe because of their personal reasons or urgencies because of which they are flying. So now there comes the role of education. It teaches you the values. When you have the right values with you, you can put it in your actions. So the values of empathy, compassion, these must be taught in the education system. Now, this is also very much important that when we go into the domain of critical thinking, we start with logic. Please try to understand that logic has no loyalty. You can put it on either side to prove right thing as wrong and wrong thing as a right. Suppose since you are students, I remember my college days, like you were part of a group project and one person in the group says, okay, the other three are working, they will complete the work, it's okay if I'll not work. So this is also logic. But it is not driven by a value, because ultimately the other three will have to work more. So we must be very critically think before we take any decision. The decisions must be value oriented so that peace must sustain in the society, right? And then comes the role of cyber security. In these modern era, just recently we have talked a lot about AI and the impact of AI is creating in our day-to-day life. Whenever there is development, there are new grounds that can create injustice. One among is that in the digital era is cyber threat. What happens if your picture is wrongly used on the internet? What happens if your private data or private communications in the digital era get out? So there will be injustice with you. So accordingly, there is the development of cyber police. There are cyber crimes, so there is a cyber police. There are separate policing mechanisms to handle such kind of crimes. The next is justice and development. So justice and development are the two faces of same coin, which leads into a cycle. More the society is working on the principle of justice, fairness, equality, transparency, there will be more development. The more the development is, I'll rather say inclusive development is there will be more prosperity. But now, since you students are the future of our country, you must take this a serious note that when we talk about development, trust me, every new development will bring every new ground for creating injustice, right? So when we talk about, since I come from oil and gas sector, I'll share a brief about the IPCC, it's the Interpanel Government on Climate Change. There is a great buzz that the global warming, global temperature is rising. Just telling you briefly, the core concept is that we are about to reach 1.5 degrees Celsius higher temperature than the pre-industrial area. We currently in 2024, we are approximately increase the global temperature by 1.2 degrees Celsius. 1.5 degrees Celsius is a global threat. What will happen if that temperature will raise? More than crores of people will lose their life. There will be melting of glaciers, right? So therefore, this development, which we are doing by burning fossil fuels, right? So this development is a threat. So there comes a word called environmental justice also. There is a line called branded line, if you can type on a Google, this line divides the globe into global north and global south. So countries which are more developed are more responsible for greenhouse gas emissions, and the countries which are falling in a global south, they are less responsible for global greenhouse gas emissions. So why they must be penalized for it? So there comes the role of environmental justice. As I said, justice is treating equally, treating everyone equally. Similarly, when we talk about development, then the recent previous speakers talk about artificial intelligence. Like intelligence, I'll just give you a brief because they have covered a lot of that thing, but I'll talk in a very simple terms. When we talk about artificial intelligence, like in your 8th or 9th class of standard, you must have gone through solving the equation, like 2x plus 3y equal to 10, 4x plus 8y equal to 30, solve for variable x and y, right? For solving these variable for x and y, you must have took 5 or 10 minutes or 30 minutes by using some formula. But what is ChatGPT? What is AI? There are more than trillions of variables that are computed in a second by artificial intelligence. This is the power of artificial intelligence. But now every power comes with a responsibility. You know, the deepfake has come into the picture. You know, there is artificial messages you can create, the videos you have just previously seen. So these are the threats. So now similarly, when any development should come, my prime focus is to convey you the central thought that there must be some procedures, there must be some systems that should be placed in place parallel to those developments so that justice should be maintained. Next comes is the social media. Social media is basically a double-edged sword for justice and peace. You can use social media. You must be very active on your Facebooks, WhatsApp, and you know the power of social media. Within a second, you can circulate information. You can power any cause for a good reason, right? Parallelly, circulation of misinformation can be done through that platform. So values must be inculcated not in just the mind, but also in the hearts. And our education system is the one that can put it in place in our hearts. So that whenever we are coming across any such kind of development, any such kind of future tool, we must consciously utilize them. Now, bridging reality and perception. People must not only be given justice, they must feel, they must believe that the system is fair. By having transparent policing system, fair judiciary system, more number of courts for resolving the injustice happened on time, and such kind of developing systems which are transparent, so that justice must be felt and must be seen. At the end, in the conclusion, I would like to say that we as a human being, right, we are composed of 4 aspects: Man, Buddhi, Chit, Ahankar. The man takes the sensory inputs from 5 organs and then creates a desire. When the desire comes in the mind, there comes the role of buddhi, that is sankalp and vikalp. The desire the man wants to do it, and vikalp is whether I should do or not. The concept of viveka originates from buddhi. Using either the sankalp will be carrying high value or the vikalp is carrying a high value, the action will be taken on ground. The impact of action will fall into your chitta, in your chit, your pure consciousness. And when the pure consciousness engrave those actions, there comes a perception of what we are, right? And the 4th aspect of human being is ahamkara, that's ego, that what I am. So I am a set of my actions, right? So every action that we take in our life should be governed by the principle of fairness, equality, justice. More the fairness, more the equality, more the transparency in the home will result into a person or peaceful person. Higher the number of peaceful person in the society, more is the peacefulness of the district. More peaceful is the district, more peaceful is your state. Higher the peaceful is your state, higher is the peacefulness in your country. And the higher we make a peaceful country, we inspire the world to become more peaceful. Thank you so much for giving me your patience listening. Thank you.
I now request Dr. Satyamurthy, Director Research VMRF, to felicitate Sri Davendra Paul Singh.
That was an excellent talk based on practical examples, correlating justice with education, development, which leads to environmental justice, correlating justice with artificial intelligence and social media, and so on. Thank you so much, sir, for that wonderful talk. Our next speaker is Dr. Father Roby Kannancheriyil. He will be joining online. I'll give you a brief biodata on Father. Father Roby Kannancheriyil, Carmelites of Mary Immaculate. He's a Catholic priest and currently the director of Chavara Cultural Center in New Delhi. I hope I have pronounced that right. Father Roby is the NGO representative at the United Nations, and his rich experience spanning over 27 years in promoting peace, harmony, and interfaith dialogue got him to be the Secretary General of the World Fellowship of Interreligious Council from 2014 onwards. He was a special invitee at the Chicago Parliament of World Religions in 2023. Father Robbie is a recipient of the Uri Asia Pacific Region Lifetime Achievement Award 2018 and the Vishesha Shanti Padmam Award 2019. It is an honor to have Father Robbie Kannan with us today. Sir, please carry on.
Hello, am I audible? Okay.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yeah. Hearty welcome to all of you. I'm so sorry that I cannot come physically to this great event. I'm in Dubai attending Global Peace, Justice and Love Summit. And sorry that I am addressing you in online. So I'm so happy that we have so many youth representatives attending this session. So a hearty welcome to all of you to this session. I would like to address you with this topic: when justice flows, peace follows. In this annual conference on peace and reconciliation, I feel this topic is more relevant. So loving greetings to you all. I'm proud to be a citizen of India, the cradle of religions and a beacon of acceptance and tolerance to the global family that embrace justice, love and peace. My sincere appreciation and congratulations to Swami Sri Hari Prasad Ji, the mastermind behind the annual conference on peace and reconciliation, on organizing this historic event that brought together peace-loving global leaders from different corners of the world at the Vinayak Mission Chennai campus. It is a privilege to present this topic: when justice flows, peace follows, at the annual conference on peace and reconciliation, an assembly of minds and hearts dedicated to shaping a world where justice triumphs over injustice. Where peace is not a mere dream, but a lived reality, and where justice is not an empty promise, but a sacred duty. We gather here as people of different faith backgrounds and nationalities, yet bound by a common vision, a world where justice and peace are not just spoken about, but actively pursued. So peace begins when we start celebrating the other. Too often, we see diversity as a challenge rather than a strength. We fear that what is different, and in that fear, we build walls instead of bridges. But I firmly believe that celebrating others strengthens us. It does not weaken us. When we celebrate the other, we affirm our own identity with greater conviction and joy. Over the last 25 years, as a director of Chavra Culture Center, a center is run by Catholic Religious Order CMI, Carmelites of Mary Immaculate. It's an initiative to promote peace and harmony through interreligious dialogue, art, literature, music, dance, film, drama, and cultural interactions. I used to celebrate all the festivals of all religions with everyone. I have celebrated Diwali, the month of Ramayana, Eid al-Fitr, Guru Nanak Jayanti, Buddha Purnima, Christmas, Easter. with all other religious friends, and all with equal joy and respect. So it's a journey from 2000 onwards. In 2000, I had been working as the vice principal of Munnar Karmagiri, my public school. We started organizing interreligious rallies, festivals. And when I reached as the director of Chavra Culture Center Kochi from 2005 to 20, we continuously organized these interreligious festivals. And I used to, wherever I go, I attend these interreligious programs and different nationalities. And I found that these celebrations, all these celebrations with all other religious friends, that has created an atmosphere of mutual respect and acceptance. See, the month of Ramayana, when our poet P. Shankar Narayanan was reciting Ramayana, all religious leaders were sitting behind him as to be a good neighbor and neighbors. And this is iftar, and we had this interreligious meetings and pledges with the different religions, and we have school programs. You might be knowing this R.K. Damodaran, a great poet in Malayalam. And in Delhi also, we used to celebrate the same thing. As the director of a Catholic culture center, some people have asked me why, as a Catholic priest, do you celebrate the festivals of the other religions? Many Catholics ask me, why can't then we go to Shabarimala as a Hindu faith festival celebrating? So my answer was, and still is, a simple answer. That is, celebrating the other is celebrating the divine in me. So what I speak to you is not from a text, but from my own life. It's my life experience. So what I believe, I'm trying to practice. So these years continues, almost 25 to 27 years of my journey, gives me inner peace and pleasure. When I start celebrating the other, I experience peace in me. So celebrating the other is celebrating the divine in me and you. So when I honor and celebrate the faith festivals of my Hindu, Muslim, Baha'i, Jews, Jain, Buddhist, Sikh friends, we have almost 9 religions in India, major religions. I'm not losing my faith. I'm not compromising my faith. I'm not diluting my beliefs. Instead, I'm strengthening my faith. Because I celebrate the other because I have a strong conviction in my own faith and religious traditions. If you have your strong faith and conviction in your own religious traditions, you can start celebrating the other. I have a strong faith in Jesus Christ. I believe Jesus as my God. So I can celebrate you because you hold a different faith. You hold a different traditions. I can accept you, I can respect you, and even celebrate you. So we must learn to celebrate others' faith without losing ours. We must uphold our faith without hurting others. In order to say that my faith is good, why should I say that yours is bad? So we must embrace the differences. See, we must embrace the differences without giving up our uniqueness. You are unique. Your faith is unique. Your faith expression is unique. And so you have a unique faith expressions. So we should not lose that uniqueness to embrace the differences. So this is not just an idea. It's a way of life that must be cultivated in every home, every institution, and every nation. So justice, the foundation of peace, peace is impossible without justice. We know that. And yet, justice is most often denied to the most vulnerable. Justice for the elderly. In an era of progress, our parents, our first teachers, our first gods are often abandoned, neglected, and forgotten. And justice for nature, the earth, our mother earth, our shared home, suffers greed, replaces gratitude. Justice for the marginalized and downtrodden. Justice for the unborn children. Justice is bedrock of peace. Without justice, true peace cannot exist. So we must ensure that justice is extended to all, from honoring our elders to caring for abandoned children and protecting our environment, nature, as a shared responsibility for peace. So building bridges, not walls, that's our agenda. The world today needs fewer barriers and more bridges. We must bridge makers. We must be bridge makers. As people of faith, as youth, as leaders, our mission must be to connect, not divide. So let us replace suspicion with trust and love. Let us replace hostility with a dialogue. Let us replace ignorance with understanding and knowledge and wisdom. So true acceptance is not just coexistence, it's inclusivity. It's working together with love, justice, and peace as our guiding principles. So I strongly believe, my dear friends, love can heal the wounded human and the nature. Love can cure the wounded human and the world. And only love can heal you. Love can cure you, like can transform you, and even transcend you. So because love includes compassion, forgiveness, empathy, respect, and acceptance. So let us accept, respect, and celebrate the diversity. So imagine a world where every child is born into love and security. Imagine a world where every elderly person is respected and cared for. Every faith is honored without fear and discrimination. Every nation works towards peace rather than conflicts. So then the entire world becomes one family. That is Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam, our own nation. Our ancient Indian wisdom of Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam teaches us that the world is one family. If we believe that we belong to one family, then there won't be any violence, conflicts, division, and war in this world. So we will become good Samaritans, guardian angels, and caretakers of our sisters and brothers. My dear friends and fellow pilgrims of this annual conference on peace and reconciliation, I humbly request each one of you to put your right hand on your left chest. Be an architect of a world where every faith, every life, and every voice is honored. So, if you are youth, be a bridge builder, a peacemaker. If you are a leader, lead with justice and compassion. If you are a religious scholar, teach not just tolerance, but love and celebrate the other. Let's work together. Let us learn together. Let us celebrate together. So let the world see that the true path of justice and peace is not uniformity, but the joyful celebration of our diversity, because the bonds that unite us are stronger than the barriers that separate us. The bonds that unite us are stronger than the barriers that separate us. May justice be our foundation, love be our language, and peace be our shared destiny. Thank you. May God bless you all. Thank you, dear ones.
Presentation, and it was really touching to see pictures of the father with various great leaders of other faiths, and it really struck a chord with each one of us when you said that you celebrate the divine in various ways. And the last phrase the bonds that unite us are stronger than the barriers that separates us. That always we need to remember this in our lives. And Father, we are really grateful to you for that beautiful talk.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I have my session here in Dubai is the next 15 minutes. So please allow me to leave. And the felicitation I will come and receive from there once I am free. And I would like to come and meet you, Samaji, in your own ashram there in Chennai.
Yes, we also think so. And now we move on to the next speaker.
Thank you.
Janab Aga Syed Muntazir Mehdi Sahab, a renowned interfaith dialogue activist from Jammu and Kashmir. Aga Syed Muntazir Mehdi Sahab is a BA LLB and he holds a master's in constitutional law. He has been successfully engaging himself on a wide spectrum of issues and interfaith matters with global think tanks and has presented papers in several national and international conferences. With his extensive insights in the foreign policy and constitution, he has been very effective in initiating interfaith dialogue to evolve tolerant, inclusive, and a humane society. Janab Aga Syed Muntazir Mehdi has had the rare distinction of being counted among the top 10 future leaders in 2023. And Sahab will be sharing his recording, and we're all ready to listen to that.
Good morning, friends. First of all, I want to thank Vishnu Mohan Foundation and its managing trustee, Shri Hari Prasad, for inviting me in this important 10th Peace and Reconciliation Conference. In the intricate tapestry of a human society, spirituality and faith have waved an essential and colorful thread, allowing individuals to connect with something greater than their identity, purpose, and solace. We exist in a world that is the band of diverse faiths, spiritual paths, and beliefs. It is this incredible plurality of spiritual perspective that shapes the very fabric of human existence. Interfaith dialogue is the art of understanding, collaboration, and learning from the boundless wellspring of faith, which aims at fostering unity, mutual respect, and harmony among individuals and societies. Interfaith dialogue goes beyond contrasting dogmas and seeking convergence. It is the pursuit to comprehend the shared human values and spiritual experience that goes beyond religious boundaries. It is at its very essence a compassionate venture to discover deeper meaning, love, and wisdom in these spirited exchange. Peace is a universal longing, a unifying aspiration that goes beyond our darkest moment and provide a beacon of hope in the face of adversity. By engaging in an open-hearted and inclusive dialogue, we nurture a fertile ground for unity, mutual understanding, and respect, allowing the seeds of peace to germinate and grow. A harmonious exchange among different faiths opens the doors of meaningful conversations, and in the process, it dissolves the barriers created by ignorance, fear, or mistrust, the resulting foundation of respect, empathy, and appreciation. Create an environment to conduce peace at both personal and societal levels. Interfaith dialogue thus serves as an essential bridge to connect the merit of spiritual perspective and fostering sense of unity and harmony. Friends, embracing unity, interfaith dialogue extends beyond the quest for peace. It offers a sublime opportunity to broaden our understanding of spiritual realm and sharpen our self-awareness and realm. New perspective on our respective faith paths. Through this dialogue, we may discover profound insight that enrich our spiritual journey. Diversity is the spark that fuels curiosity and learning. As we interact with the people of different faiths and listen to their stories, we widen our cognitive horizon, deepening our spiritual understanding and our connection with the divine. These conversations can sow seeds of inspiration and enkindling our quest for spiritual evolution and nurturing our souls. Our mission is to bridge diverse spiritual paths and beliefs, cultivating an environment where understanding, compassion, and wisdom can take root and flourish. Considering this 10th Peace and Reconciliation Conference as an open invitation to delve into an enchanting world of interfaith dialogue, and together let us rekindle the flames of peace and spiritual enrichment that inherently dwell within all of us. Through this collective endeavors and the nurturing of interfaith dialogue, we can create a band of peace, harmony, and spiritual growth that resonates across cultures and continents. The soulful music that emerges from the exchange lays the groundwork for loving and unified compassionate world.
Move on to the next speaker, Professor Sampath Kumar. He has been very closely associated with Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation for the past several years. He was a former head of the Department of Philosophy in Pachayappa's College, Chennai, with over 38 years of teaching experience in graduate and master level. Sri Sampath Kumar was a member of the Syndicate of Madras University. He is a member of the Indian Council of Philosophical Research and has served as a member of the Board of Management of Sri Ramachandra University and was the former chairman, Board of Examinations of the Madras University. We have a great pleasure to listen to you, sir, in this 10th edition of our Peace Conference. He will talk on the role of civil society organizations in promoting peace.
Thank you for your welcome. Maybe to get away from our, what you call, yes, from our laziness, right? So you are raising your clap, right? Thank you. Pranams to Sadhguru, pranams to Swamiji. Of course, it is good afternoon now. Respected my fellow panelists and learned persons before me, members of the staff of Vinayaka Mission Institution, and my dear students, friends. You know by this time that this is the 10th conference our Swamiji is organizing on the topic peace and reconciliation. See, being a civil organization or civil society organization, Vishnu Mohan Foundation is striving to promote peace among the people by organizing this kind of seminars. See, one thing that I'm not going to give you a lengthy speech, just I want to bring you some, what you call, some memories or what you call, some information I want to give so that you can deliberate on that. It is up to you how to live peacefully in this world. See, we have come into this existence, no doubt. We are living now. Whatever the faith I have or you have, we are here. That is the truth. Our existence is truth. Now, what purpose I have come, or how I am going to pursue my goal, or how I am going to achieve my end, all these things, depending on the belief I have or the philosophy I have, or the brought up I have. But still we would like to live peacefully. That may be our immediate goal. To live peacefully in this world now, what we require, especially in the modern times with quick communication and dissemination of information, with a click of button, anyone can destroy our peace, even now. That is the modern technology we are having. And we have witnessed many such, how the AI is working and how dangerous it is or how helpful it is. All these things we are hearing now. See, how we use this technology for the benefit of the society. And what this civil society organization can do in promoting peace. Vishnu Mohan Foundation is one such organization which is continuously promoting peace among the people, especially among the devotees. We, the devotees who come here, we were exposed to different type of views here. We were given this chance of listening to different views, the diversity of the view. Swamiji never insisted that this is the only faith that the devotees should follow. We were given such freedom. We learn from the great speakers. We learn from the visitors who come to the Vishnu Mohan Foundation and different seminars and conferences organized by this foundation. And we take our own decision. This is the way he is promoting peace among the people. In spite of the differences, we try to live together. This is how peace is generated.
do we have any such organizations? Are many organizations are there in society which are negatively impacting, which promotes hatred among the people. But still, there are many such organizations which promote peace with their activities. Well, there are one such Ramakrishna Mission, Vallalar Foundation, Narayana Guru Mission that is operating in Kerala, Amritanandamayi. So these are all the civil society organizations which are working in the field of humanity for the betterment of human beings. As a, what you call, as a result, they were trying to promote peace. But unfortunately, there are many organizations outnumbering this small group which were trying to destabilize our society, which are trying to promote hatred among them, so that they are expecting some chaos among the society, so they reap the benefit. The benefit which they are getting is only money and fame, nothing else. You know well, very recently we were all witnessing that a recent phenomenon, much talked about So recently, the much talked about US aid. In the name of development aid, USAID not only misused taxpayers' money to promote radical views, but also contributed in fueling instability in most of the democratic countries. You might have heard about it. So this funding, this US aid is given fund to many such organizations, especially you take in Bharat, in India, there are more than 32 NGOs or civil society or civil organization which are receiving fund from this US aid. Only work they had is to destabilize Bharat. Why they are very particular about Bharat or India, which we popularly we are calling it? Why it has to be destabilized? This is the highest populated state where multi-faith, diversity, are different type of people with having different language, different food habits, or diversity is at its core. They are living happily. So we want to destabilize. You take any other nation having this much of population, do they have such diversity? No. Then why? There are so many number of NGOs. Nearly, as I told you, more than 32 organizations which are receiving funds from foreign funding agency to destabilize this society. So it all depends upon the mind which is driving us. It all depends upon the training which I had. It all depends upon the faith, the philosophy which I receive from such organization like Vishnu Mohan Foundation or where I was brought up. It is this acceptance. The earlier speaker also was telling about it is not only tolerance, it is the acceptance of the different. At the same time, one must be rooted in his own faith. That is the important point. So it is the mind, which is, I call it a crooked mind, which always think about destabilizing the society. So many of the civil societies organizations are doing this destabilization process, not only in India, in many, many parts of this world. It is the judicial utilization of the fund for the betterment of the people. If they think in that way, then peace will prevail. So these organizations should have the responsibility in promoting peace instead of destabilization. See, for example, one example I will tell you, then I will conclude my speech. When a known terrorist, who is of course arrested, punished by the court of law through legal proceedings, all these things, a group belonging to this religious faith started pelting stone and destabilizing it, damaging the public property. This is one incident. There is another incident. A respectable religious mutt head was arrested on false charges and of course later acquitted by the court. No such violent instances happened. This is another instance. For both these incidents, civil society organizations are responsible. There is one organization which instigated stone pelting. There is another civil society organization which tried to keep peace among the people. Who is responsible for these two incidents? It is the people who are behind these things. So the role of civil society organization is more important if we want peace among the populace. So proper wisdom should prevail upon such people. That is the only prayer we can have. And guidance from organizations such as Vishnu Mohan Foundation will definitely help us to maintain peace in this society. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, Swamiji.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Ananda Padmanabhan, Dean, VMLS, to fill state Professor K. Sampath Kumar, retired HOD, Philosophy, Pachepas College.
It is not only tolerance but acceptance of others' faith, but at the same time being rooted in one's own faith. What strong and powerful words. Such wonderful talk, sir. Thank you so much for that. And among other things, he also spoke well about the role of Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation in promoting peace. Our faiths and beliefs may be different, but we have the freedom to follow them. As a result, peace follows naturally. Thank you so much once again, sir, for that wonderful talk. And now I take great pleasure in inviting Ms. YG Madhuvanti. She's the last speaker, but not the least, I can assure you on that. Ms. Madhuvanti is indeed a multifaceted personality. Education, arts, and social causes run deep in her DNA. Her grandfather, Sri YG Parthasarathi, was among the leading theatre personalities of yesteryears, while her grandmother, Mrs. YGP, was one of the earliest educationalist in Chennai, and incidentally, she also happens to be a childhood friend of our dear Sri Sadguru Ma Sadguru Swami Jnanananda Saraswati. Besides being an acclaimed theatre personality and social activist, it may be of interest to this audience to know that her father, Sri Y.G. Mahendra, is a decorated theatre and cinema actor, and her uncle is the one and only superstar Rajnikant, the renowned actor who is the heartthrob of millions across India and abroad. Another facet of Ms. Madhuvanti is her passion for social causes, uplifting socially excluded minority groups. Her exceptional skills in communication and leadership have gravitated her presence to be the spokesperson for BJP. And today she will be talking to us on peace and justice on social media.
Sadgurubhyo Namaha. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and my pranams to Swamiji, and a big thank you for making me the only female speaker as part of this panel. 33% has been included as part of this panel also. Thank you for that. And it's always a pleasure to be amongst young thinking minds and students. But nariya per தூங்கிக்கிட்டு இருக்கீங்க பின்னாடி. கொஞ்சம் முழிச்சுக்கிட்டா நல்லா இருக்கும். ஆச்சு இன்னும் 10 நிமிஷம் நான் பேசி முடிச்சிட்டா போய் சாப்பிட்டுடலாம். The reason why I'm saying this is, you may wonder, என்னடா இது ஞாயிற்றுக்கிழமை அதுவுமா தலையோட குட் பேட் அக்லி பார்க்க விடாம இப்படி உக்காந்து பீஸ் அண்ட் ரெக்கன்சிலியேஷன் போட்டு வர்றாங்களே நினைப்பீங்க. But you must understand that this makes a very big difference in your lives. You may not realize it now, but when you step out of this college as graduates and you actually start facing the real world, you will understand the value of this conference that Swamiji has put together as peace and reconciliation for the 10th consecutive year. Swamiji does a lot of things. Before I start my talk, I just want to say, Swamiji does a lot of things very quietly. He's like the cherub you'll see, you know those cherubic angels you'll find on Christmas Carol, Santa Claus in Kesari. Because he's always giving us good thoughts, positivity, and a lot of good gifts through his talks. And lots of people spoke about the father, Reverend Father, who spoke about, staying in your religion and helping other religions, and also the person from Jammu and Kashmir. I don't know how many of you are aware that Swamiji just very silently helped raise funds to renovate a Jewish synagogue, and that synagogue was in complete disarray, and Swamiji helped renovate it, and the entire Jewish community thanked him for it and honored him in a very special way very recently. I came to know of this through social media, which is why I'm talking about it today, because I saw it live on Facebook. So good things also can be seen through social media. It's very interesting that this morning, as I was coming to this conference, இப்போல்லாம் நம்ம பேப்பரே படிக்கிறது இல்லையே. நான் தமிழ் இங்கிலீஷ் சேர்ந்து தங்கிலீஷில் தான் பேசுவேன். அப்போ தான் நீங்களாம் முழிச்சுக்கிட்டு இருப்பீங்கன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். I see some law students also here, and those girls, the minute they saw me, they went in and they checked Instagram, they checked Facebook to figure out if I was YG Madhuvanti. That's the power of social media, and I'm glad you did it, no problem. Nanda, no doubt about it. And as I was coming this morning, the tweet that was put out by our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi today was about remembering the sacrifice of lives at Jallianwala Bagh. How many of you know what happened in Jallianwala Bagh? Terima? Terima? Okay, thank you. So, immediately this concept of peace and justice just started flowing through my mind. What happened at Jallianwala Bagh? It was a complete unfair massacre of lives. And what came out of it? The freedom for this country. The start of the most active freedom movement that this country has seen was ignited when Jallianwala Bagh happened. And then justice was sought, and then peace prevailed in this country. Now today, you're able to see it on Twitter like that on social media. But at the same time, you see a lot of deep fake nonsense on social media also. I'm very glad that Professor spoke about this, that there are a lot of organizations funding many groups to create fake news and to disrupt the peace of this society, thus denying justice to many, a common man. So this is something you have to think about, you have to ponder about, and you have to worry about. I mean, we can't afford to be like China where we say no social media, no Facebook. It doesn't work that way. India is a very diverse, very rich, very secular, beautiful country. So we definitely need to have social media to understand what's going on in the different parts of this beautiful nation. But there's a lot of drama. Naane theater actor da. But social media la nadakara drama madri en life la nam paatadilla. மேடையில் நடக்கிற ட்ராமா கூட ஹேண்டில் பண்ணிடலாம். பட் சோஷியல் மீடியாவில் நடக்கிற ட்ராமா இருக்கு பாருங்க, ஃபர்ஸ்ட் தட் ஹேஸ் டு பி கண்ட்ரோல்டு டு அ வெரி கிரேட் எக்ஸ்டென்ட். ஃபார் இன்ஸ்டன்ஸ், we are watching Bengal burn today. And I'm going to talk about it. I'm not going to hide the elephant in the room and say, oh, everything is perfectly fine in Bengal. No. There are riots happening in Murshidabad. Hindus are being asked to leave their homes. And this, I'm not saying this because it's happening only to Hindus. If this happened to Muslims and Christians also, I would fight for it. That is the whole point. But the deep fake narratives that are set in this so-called framework of social media make it look like the minorities of this country are being persecuted by the majority, which is absolutely wrong. Now, you as youngsters, you as responsible future citizens of this country, how many of you have already voted? Vote போட்டிருக்கீங்களா? ஓகே, எத்தனை பேர் இன்னும் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் டைம் ஓட்டு போட போறீங்க? கையை தூக்குங்கப்பா. என்னப்பா தூங்குறீங்களா? முழிச்சுக்கோங்க. அப்பா, அந்த கையை தூக்குறதுக்கு இவ்வளோ யோசனை, அடேங்கப்பா. All of you are going to be voting for the first time in your lives. Do you know how important your vote is? You know how important that going and pressing that button matters, and how important it is to change the framework and justice in this country? Start realizing these things. That is why I'm saying all this, because this is very, very important. And social media, especially these social media polls that we see today, Taveka Venuma Vanama poll, உடனே அமுக்கிடுவீங்க. 92% say yes, 30% say what, 10%, 8% say no, 30% say none of the above. What nonsense. That's for Vijay to decide. You have to decide whether you want Taveka and Vijay to become the future Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu or not. Both ways. That is your role. Not about whether Taveka should continue as a political party in Tamil Nadu or not. This is the whole point. And hashtags, oh my God, the kind of hashtags that we see in social media today. Scary. Very, very scary. And the memes, of course, I love the Vadivelu memes that come on social media. In fact, one of the most popular memes that we've been seeing since yesterday is how Chepauk has become a forest. Yeah? For every dot ball, we can plant a tree. How many of you saw that meme and that photograph? There you go. Now the hands go up faster when we talk about CSK and IPL. See the influence of social media? That's the influence. So, see the way you get instantly ignited the minute I say something that is close to your heart. Why does this happen? Because you're constantly looking at something on Instagram or Facebook or Twitter or இப்போ ஒன்று புதுசாக வந்திருக்கே த்ரெட்ஸ். நானே இப்போ தான் அதில் சேர்ந்துருக்கேன். அதில் என்ன பண்ணணும்னு எனக்கு இன்னும் சரியாக தெரில. பட் அது ஏதோ ஒன்று த்ரெட்ஸ் போட்டாகணும், வேறு வழி இல்லை. இன்றைக்கி பிழைக்கணுன்னா இதிலெல்லாம் போஸ்ட் போட்டே ஆகணும். இன்ஃபேக்ட் டுடே the first post that I posted was about this conference. Because okay, என்னை ட்ரோல் பண்ணுறவங்க ஒரு 40 பேர் இந்த கான்ஃபரன்ஸில் நான் போய் பேசுகிறேன்னாவது பார்க்கட்டும் அப்படிங்கிறதுக்காக தான் நான் அதை போட்டதே. Because I am one of the most popular troll elements of social media and I am very proud about it. I don't care. Because when 400 people troll me, at least 40 people see the truth. And then 4 people get influenced and 2 people act. I am happy. I'm proud of it. And very instantly on social media, you find that things go viral. For instance, my most recent video where I have questioned a sitting minister of the government of Tamil Nadu has 66,000 views. 66,000 people in my entire lifetime wouldn't have come and seen a play that I do live. But they come and watch my video because they have time for 6 minutes on their phone. So imagine the power that social media has and the way we can utilize it to try and create justice and thereby peace. Now Swamiji gives a lot of talks live. You know, I am a neighbor to Swamiji. Pakkathu vidu, literally, ஒரே வால் we share, the ashram and my house. பட் எனக்கு எவ்வளோ சோம்பேறித்தனம்னா அவர் லைவாக அங்கே பேசிக்கிட்டு இருப்பார், அதுக்கு நான் போக மாட்டேன், ஃபேஸ்புக் லைவில் ஆன் பண்ணி பார்ப்பேன். That's the advantage and the value of social media today. But I'm glad we have it and we don't regret it at any point in time. So I would request all of you sitting here to utilize the power of social media, be it Insta, be it Twitter, be it Facebook, be it whatever these platforms you go on, to try and create good awareness, to try and talk about problems that need to be spoken about, not to worry about what is the TRP rating. Today I find news agencies, very powerful news channels and news agencies propagating fake news just because they want TRP ratings. And every news agency has a social media handle. So you literally don't need to go into television to watch them. You can watch them on your phone. But what is the kind of news they propagate? For instance, this verdict that has come from the Supreme Court on the 10 bills that the governor of Tamil Nadu did not pass. Now, why didn't he pass those 10 bills? Because in that case, he will have to step down as chancellor of those 10 universities and the chief minister of Tamil Nadu will become the chancellor of those 10 universities. Now, is this constitutionally right? Nobody wants to talk about that question. Now, if the chief minister is going to end up becoming, and I'm not talking about this because the chief minister is DMK and I'm part of BJP. No. That's not why I'm saying this. But please understand the gravity of the situation. There are law students sitting here in this auditorium. Why am I saying this? Because if the chief minister becomes chancellor of 10 universities and he has a problem tomorrow, who will he go to? Nobody. He's the Lord, God and Master. Now, is this constitutionally right? Then why do we have the post of president? Why do we have the post of governor in this country? You talk about Ambedkar, you say Ambedkar Variyil Vanda Nangal, Dravidian model, and then you do this. And you say this judgment is historic. Array, it has to go to history if you ask me. But we can't say that because we respect the law of the land, we respect the Supreme Court's judgment. Now, having said that, I am ready to respect the judgment of the Supreme Court on this particular case. Shall we respect the judgment of the Supreme Court on NEET also? Why do we want to fight that alone? Why are we questioning the NEET problem alone? Why are we not saying, yes, we will respect the judgment of the Supreme Court and we will accept the NEET entrance exams? Why do we have dichotomy there alone? The High Court of Tamil Nadu has said that ED has every right to inquire on the TASMAC scam. But what do? We want to fight the High Court and go to Supreme Court. Appa matram correctingla. These are questions you can raise on social media. These are hashtags you can create on social media as students, and you can create a movement for justice and peace. This is just one example. This is just the tip of the iceberg. There's so much more you can do with social media, and that is what I do. My channel, trust me, is organic. I have some 15,000 odd subscribers. அவ்வளவுதான். எனக்கு 1 lakh சப்ஸ்கிரைபர்லாம் கிடையாது. ஏன்னா நான் வந்து சமையல் பற்றி வீடியோ போடல. நான் டிஆர்பி ரைஸ் பண்ணணுன்ட்டு இவர்கள் வீட்டில் என்ன சம்பவம் அப்படின்லாம் நான் வீடியோ போடல. I talk about pertinent subjects. I talk about current affairs. They might be boring, but they still have views. Because this is a movement. This has to get created. This has to start. And it has to go in a very, very, very strong way. Because social media can do anything to your lives. It's a boon and a bane. So you have to know where to draw the balance. And on that note, please wake up. Wake up na literally inga mattum illa, in general. Wake up, smell the coffee, and decide how you want to use social media to have a better living for peace and invariably justice through peace. Thank you very much. Bharat Mata ki jai.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request our Honorable Madam Chancellor to fill state, Ms. Y.G. Madhuvanti.
So justice through social media. What powerful connection she had with all of us, no? Especially the young audience. You liked it? Yes? Say yes. Thank you. So, with that, we come to the end of this session. Next session will be the conclusive session. The valedictory function will be held, and a summary of the conference will be read out. That also will be promises to be equally interesting. So I request everybody in the audience to stay on and listen to it. Thank you.
We have now come to the valedictory session of this truly enriching 10th Annual Conference on Peace and Reconciliation. This peace conference is indeed a most auspicious and meaningful way to begin our university's 25th anniversary. In a world torn by conflict and division, it is our honor to have hosted a gathering that is so deeply relevant to our times. These sessions have made us think, reflect, and seek constructive solutions. Just as how the humble squirrel supported Lord Sri Ram in building Ram Setu, we at VMRF believe that we have done a small but significant part in taking a step in the right direction in promoting peace by hosting this conference.
Over the past 3 days, we have witnessed a remarkable confluence of minds and hearts. These sessions have not only deepened our understanding of global challenges, but we have also sown seeds of hope, dialogue, and collaboration. As we now draw this powerful journey to a close, the spirit of peace we have cultivated here must continue to guide our paths forward. We are honored to have our distinguished guests among us to grace the concluding session.
Students, please maintain silence. Today's parallel session concluded in the conference hall, and those guests and the audience will be joining us. We will be starting this valedictory session in a short 2 to 3 minutes. Kindly maintain silence until then. Meanwhile, we can reflect on what we saw and heard this past 3 days and how we are going to carry forward the spirit of this conference into our classrooms, communities, and daily lives. Together, we can build a more just, inclusive, and peaceful world.
We request everybody to remain silent. After the valedictory, we request everyone to go and visit the art exhibition that is placed in VMLS Atrium, and we have bus service for that to take everybody. Please utilize the service and do visit the art exhibition.
Let me now invite the dignitaries to occupy the dais. Sri Vital C. Natkarni, Professor C.T. Indra, Swamiji Sri Hari Prasad, Madam Chancellor, Sri K. Batmanaban SVMF.
Let me now invite Dr. Selvakumar, Principal AVIT, to honor our guest, Shrivital C. Nadkarni. I invite our Honorable Madam Chancellor to honor Professor C.T. Indra, former Head, Department of English, University of Madras, Chennai. Please, ma'am.
I request Dr. Satyamurthy, Dean Research, to felicitate Sri K. Batmanabhan, SVMF.
Now it's my privilege to invite Shrivital C. Nadkarni to present the key takeaways and reflections of the event.
I was very delighted by Madhuvantiji's exposition, which talked very rightly about the darker side as well as the brighter side. Since she also talked about choice, which is very important to cultivate in the proper summer-soul of Vritti. I want to start my summation with an incident from my childhood. This was in the days of good old All India Radio, being the only voice that united the country. They had a program called Gandhi Vandana, which was devoted to celebrating the teachings of peace and by implication, reconciliation. It was presented weekly by a very renowned musician called Jitendra Abhisheki. Pandit Jitendra Abhisheki was a very distinguished musician who revived the musical opera tradition in Maharashtra, and a great culture diva called Suhasini Mulgaonkar. Having said that, there was one verse that was presented in that program, which is now related to the present institution where we are fortunate to be holding this conclave, Vinayaka Foundation. How is it related? It was a shloka about Mahaganapati. Vakratunda Mahakaya Koti Surya Samaprabha Nirvignam Kurume Deva Sarvakaryeshu Sarvada. Now, as an inquiring mind, I wanted to know who the composer of this was. Believe me, despite having done so much effort, I was not able to get an answer until Google came along. Then Google Daddy or Google Grandpa or whatever it is, I found out that it was created by the great sage Jaimini, the founder and exponent of Sankhya school of philosophy, one of the Shad Darshanas of our tradition. And it was from a composition called Shiva Veda Padastava Stotram. And there is a further coincidence to it. And to that coincidence, I am going to invoke the name of Sonalji. She's absolutely surprised. What is this wild guy going to say now? Jaimini reminded me of the father of Narayani Ganesh. Jaimini Ganesh. And look at the closing of the loop. She was involved with the speaking tree, which I spoke about as a bridge. And if I may summarize this great conclave, it is about building bridges. It is building bridges with open minds and hearts. And there are many ways and techniques to learn, to master. And we will not go into details on that. But there is also something that one of the, K.S. Radhakrishnan, for example, spoke about illegitimate desire. Now, this is the other point that I want to stress, that in our epiphany to go after being sanctimonious, being holy, etc., we must not downgrade legitimate desire, because it is one of the 4 purusharthas of the Indian tradition. Dharmecha, arthecha, kamecha, mokshecha. So if you have not fulfilled kama, how are you going to get into moksha? For that purpose, there is a beautiful verse from the Mahabharata, which many speakers spoke very movingly about. Many years ago, I was at the New York University for a international conclave, and we had to talk about civilizational treasures. So there I chose this verse, which is from the Yaksha Prashna Prastha from the Mahabharata, where Yamadharma questions Yudhishthira, and he asks, what is the greatest wonder in the world? Now imagine, I put this question to the audience, and Koreans, Chinese, all my colleagues from Taiwan and everywhere, they gave their own take or spin according to the civilizational nimbus that they came from. Finally, after that spot poll analysis was done, which Madhuji talked about so well, and it is not misleading because it was done spontaneously here and now. Then I said, now I'm going to present my civilizational answer to that question, which is really unanswerable if you look at it one. What is wonder? What is greatest? What is a parameter or paradigm from which you are done? All these questions have been raised beautifully in this Sangoshti, if I may call it. Now the answer that Yudhishthira gives is marvelous. And I'm going to quote it from the Sanskrit. Ahani ahani bhutani gachanti yamalayam shesham stavaram nityam kim ascharyam ataparam. What is a wonder greater than this? That every day we see people dying, yet those who that remain, shesham stavaram, they believe that they shall never go. Now, you can demonize this by saying that, अरे पागल लोग हैं, मृत्यु के सामने जीने को पकड़ रहे हैं. But if you think deeply, what you spoke about, that if you don't have that life instinct that Freud talked about, you will be only in the claws or the clutches of Thanatos. And Eros, when Eros is not just about conjugality at a physical level. Eros is in the higher sense of the Purushartha of the Indian tradition. And if you ask me what makes the population of NRIs so treasured in countries abroad, it is because of adherence to such traditions and unconscious conditioning, which is also the concluding part of my summary. I was absolutely moved by inclusion of these young minds. This is the way to go, because Maheshji said, we are here now, we won't be there tomorrow. And we have to, and this is the awareness of Thanatos. But investing in them is the Eros for the future. Now, in that Eros for the future also, I was zapped, and I'm not using hyperbole for, this presentation. The kind of work that was presented. So I have great hope for the future of this. And of course, when you hear about the 10 bills being chastised by the Supreme Court, sometimes you get shaken. What is going on in this country? But I feel that you would be the antidote to that tendency. And this is not an Orwellian, double speak that I am offering to you. Go inside your minds. Think if it is fair to do what we are doing. Think if it is just. That is the real essence of what we are talking about. Is it just? Not just from my perspective. And the Mahabharata also says, there's a beautiful verse which says, what is the source of all the trouble in this world? Words like ma, mine and mine alone. And what is the solution to the problems of the world? Na mama. Just one word is added to it. Now, that doesn't mean that you sort of burn yourself up or you commit harakiri or something. But while being in resonance and deep connect with your own religious tradition, you also respect and open the doors of dialogue to the other. And this is what makes for the vibrant diversity that is India. And, yes, one of the speakers spoke about that Vishwa Kutumbam verse. How many of you know that it is carved on the lintel of the Indian Parliament? That, mine and mine is the sign of small minds. It is those Udara Chetisam, who will talk about the whole world as my, and that is the tradition that Kanchi Perival also emphasized when I've traveled with him on foot for a story called In the Steps of Shankara for the Illustrated Weekly where I was working. So I said, sir, what do you mean by that? So he said, did you know that your master, whose father's name was your name, I was zapped that he has, what knowledge he has. Vishnupant Kulkarni was Naneshwar's name. And he says that he said, Hey Vishwachi Maze Ghara. This whole world is my house. So I shall behave accordingly with honor, justice, and fulfillment. And I don't want to take too much time, but we can maintain a contact online, and I will present a detailed sort of summary speaker-wise, which I have prepared, because we have started pretty late. So I'll take your leave. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the insightful talk and summarizing the 3 days conference and takeaway messages. Now I invite Dr. Madhubala, School of Arts and Science, VMRF, to introduce our guest, Professor Indra.
It is my privilege to introduce our guest for the valedictory session, Professor C.T. Indra, a distinguished scholar. She has served in Department of English at the University of Madras for the past 3 decades. A Fulbright scholarship she has got, and she has done her postdoctoral fellowship at Harvard. She has also held fellowships and academic positions at prestigious institutions including University of California, Cambridge, York, Alberta, Sydney, and Wollongong. Professor Indra's areas of expertise include literary criticism, theory, translation, and so on. Her notable expertise include the publications, that is Coleridge's Biographia Literaria, which is a selection, and the acclaimed publication that includes the translation of The Legend of Nandan. And she has also served as a jury member for prestigious literary awards such as Sahitya Akademi, Saraswati Samman, and Jnanpith. We are truly privileged to have her with us today. Please join me in welcoming her to deliver the valedictory session. Over to you, ma'am.
I'm a very short person. This podium is quite relatively tall. This is the 10th, I don't want to use the word edition, 10th Peace and Reconciliation Conference that Swamiji is organizing. A few years ago, there were a slew of programs he organized, despite all the difficulties. Then I wrote an epistle to him, because epistle is as an English literature you'll understand. It's a very archaic word and higher order word. Epistle to Swamiji. In that epistle, it was a private note. I called him, you are a divine athlete, and you are in a divine hurry to resurrect this world. Because before we could just see that one program is over, there'll be another program. And the mind would be just asked to just gallop like a stallion. So I said, you are in a divine hurry. Ordinary hurry is okay, for personal goals. And Swamiji was so, what shall I say, generous. He appreciated me. So Swamiji, I pay my pranams to Sadhguru and to you. I always have become a staple feature in Peace Conference valedictories, but my job earlier was to listen to other people. I was fairly good at that and present what they said. But this time Swamiji has put me in this position of having to use the word, deliver the valedictory address. It won't be an address. I must say that I'm deeply touched to see that this conference is taking place in an institution called Vinayaka Missions Research Foundation. Vinayaka is the remover of all obstacles. Shankatam Tirthavar. Missions. I don't know what you meant by that, madam, but mission. You have this combination. You have a vision and you have a mission. Our past President Abdul Kalam also used to use that word, you see, vision, and so on. And so education is not something of a money-making venture. Education is a mission. That's why so many people, even though they might feel that they are imprisoned here, but still we are here. You never know what goes inside. It's a mission. You are part of this mission. And it's a huge conglomerate, like the Tata conglomerate. Can't even know what are the disciplines that are there, madam, under your institution. So we know some of them come to Swamiji to CPT as devotees, absolutely courteous, like all the staff that they have trained, the students they have trained, and the faculty they have trained, absolutely courteous, silent, quiet. Their footfalls can hardly be heard. So I'm thankful that I've been given this honor to be speaking in this premises, and I'm quite sure with Sadhguru's grace and Swamiji's venerable presence, effective presence, I should say. You might be venerable, but are you effective? This institution will scale great heights. That is my fervor. I'm not saying this to flatter anybody. In my 33 years of my service, I've never flattered anyone. That's why I never got up the university. They did not even know that I worked there. Okay. So, we are here to look at a topic. I was wondering, this is the third time this topic is being presented by Swamiji, peace and justice. So I was wondering, what should I say this time? Or should I just repeat whatever that was said? But you find that there is a regenerative space within you. It doesn't allow you to die. And that is why I thought, we go back to many things, we also look forward to many things. Sadhguru's famous statement, just let God manage your life. Just let God manage your life, Narayana. This will be present to everyone. It's like a kind of Mahavakya. So how do we look at it? No, just let God manage your life. You don't have any initiative. You don't do anything. You just allow kind of fatalism, or in the name of divine will, you surrender your ability, your intelligence. So much was talked about in the AI session about intelligence and so on. On the other hand, every presentation, every, session topic was presented or configured in the opposite direction. Even challenging positions were given. You are not to simply pay obeisance to old wisdom. As Sri Aurobindo says, you see, peace as part of the old wisdom, old spirituality, that is not what we require today. So I just thought, I will just briefly look at, as a student of literature, the relation of law and justice, looking at Shakespeare's Measure for Measure and also Merchant of Venice, very, very quickly. Please don't worry. And then that is from the Western point of view, and a few things to say about law. Lawyer Aruna may not like it, or she may endorse it, I really don't know, or it's not even worth listening. Then the Dharma Shastras, what kind of texts are they? I'm not going to go into them. I don't know much about them. I owe everything to Swamiji. Swamiji gave me the whole series of books on History of Dharma Shastra by P.V. Kane, Pandurang Kane. So, Dharma Shastra, are they literature, or do they constitute civil law? What are the issues do they take up? Are they relevant? And then we have now civil constitution and the constitutional law. That's something very different from what we follow. If you believe in the Dharma Shastra, whether it is Jaimini or anybody, I wouldn't know. So, whether it is moral literature or legal literature, and so on. And then I just want to come to the kind of a bridging the material world and the spiritual world, or the world which stands before us, beckoning. Shakespeare captures the universal moral tension within human condition. His views on law are worth pondering in Merchant of Venice and measure for measure. The question asked is, society has continuously struggled with what it means to be just, J-U-S-T. Human weakness has often undermined justice because people have subverted laws to their own nefarious ends. Shakespeare addresses society's administration of justice in Merchant of Venice and Measure for Measure. In both, Shakespeare focuses on the fountain from which justice flows. And this was mentioned by most of the speakers in various sessions. That is, the human soul, which is the birthplace of conscience. So when you have deep news or whatever it is, fake news or whatever it is, poor Zelensky, I felt very bad. Zelensky, I love Ukrainian people. And he was not slapped, but short of slapping, Trump just treated him very, very badly. But all those things which that English professor presented, they made it a very sad viewing, you see, the kind of clashes that were made. And so you were insulting a country, a people, a president who just held it out for almost a year, you see, a huge army, and so on. So you ask this question, whether there is this kind of, what can law do about it? What is the fountain of justice? The fountain of justice is the birthplace of conscience. Shakespeare lays open a window into our hearts. This window offers lawyers, Madam Aruna, an opportunity to see how mercy aids the cause of justice. Alexis Tocqueville, the great thinker, and he was a minister in Europe in the 19th century for France. He wrote this important book, Democracy in America, which was translated by Henry Reed. He said, the best possible laws cannot maintain a constitution. How very true. The best possible laws cannot maintain a constitution in spite of the manners of a country. What the latter may turn out to some advantage may unfortunately put other people in the worst situation. So Shakespeare's ideas, now we apply that, we come to see how Shakespeare's ideas about justice help lawyers to understand the interplay between mercy and justice. For this simply captured me. I found out that this is Walter Scott who made this observation. For a lawyer without history or literature is a mechanic, a mere working mason. A lawyer without history or literature is a mechanic, a mere working mason. If he possesses some kind of knowledge of these, he may venture to call himself an architect. Is lawyer a mason or is lawyer an architect? You have law school and so on. I also come on all sides, you see, lineage of judges, lawyers and so on. My father told me, you do what, law padikade, practice pannaren sonnanga. Okay? And my grandfather was for 40 years bar president, you see, in Chidambaram. And he really helped the cause of great institutions and so on. And there was no one to beat him in the entire South Arcot district. He helped the and don't make him a liar. I hope he's happy about it. So, Shakespeare's ideas about justice, you see, help lawyers to understand the interplay between mercy and justice. For a lawyer without history, once again I repeat it, is a mechanic, a mere working mason. If he doesn't possess a knowledge of these, he may venture to call himself an architect if he has them. What you mean is, it is not a letter of law, but is a spirit of law and the whole, space within which it is embedded. And so, in Elizabethan time, you see, they were more worried about the form of law rather than the substance of law. And therefore, there was a problem in handling people. And we see that this kind of thing happens very often in our own country, whether it's a form of law or the spirit of law. In Merchant of Venice, I don't have to go into all that, you see. There is a Jew, and he has given money to Antonio. Antonio is supposed to return the money. He has taken it for the cause of helping his friend Bassanio, who loves Portia. But Antonio is not able to give the money back, and Shylock is asking for his pound of flesh. That is why you have the English idiom, you ask for the pound of flesh. It is given as a bond. And so if you cannot return your money, you give me a pound of your flesh. And it becomes a legal battle, Madam Aruna. You know this, of course, story very well. And then Portia comes dressed as a lawyer, and she asks this question, and she asks Shylock to just accommodate and change and so on. He refuses because Shylock is insisting on the letter of law rather than the spirit of law. But if you just allow that, if he sheds the life of, he takes away the pound of flesh of Antonio, he will shed blood, and that man will be dead. And therefore, you will be killing a Venetian. And for killing a Venetian, you will have to face a great, legal punishment. So, Portia was trying to save him. And in that process, a great verse, great poetry is uttered by Portia. And most of you may know the quality of mercy. She tells Shylock. Shylock is like, I have great sympathy for him. Jews have been condemned even in Shakespeare. Very unfortunate. There are two Jews there, Malvolio and Shylock. Both of them have been just sent out. And poor Shylock is made to convert to Christianity. That's the only way by which he can be saved. I'm not talking against any religion, but there is no option for poor Shylock. He was very, very adamant. But the greatest poetry on mercy comes in this kind of situation. And here is Portia who says, the quality of mercy is not strained. Mercy, okay? That kind of, throw your mercy and compassion at the people, okay? That is not mercy. The quality of mercy is not strained. Whatever mother does to us, you hardly see the strain of it. You see the love of it. So the quality of mercy is not strained. It droppeth like a gentle rain. It droppeth like it's not a tsunami. It's not a flood. It's not a tornado. It droppeth like a gentle rain from heaven upon the place beneath. It's twice blessed. This is something which you will feel, you see, when you go to C.V. Mohan Foundation, and because of Swamiji's presence, you also feel it here. It blesseth him that gives, and blesseth him that takes. That is mercy. It blesseth him that gives, and blesseth him that takes. It is the mightiest in the mightiest. So, what is that Russian president's name? Putin or Putin? I always call him Putin because it looks like puking, okay? But Putin may be, you may be the mightiest, or Trump for that matter. You may be the mightiest, and yet it is the mightiest in the mightiest. You are the mightiest, you think, but you are not the mightiest. There is the mightiest within you, and earthly power doth then show like God's mercy. So how can you connect earthly power with divine power? It does show. There are occasions when the human self rises to greatest visionary level. Then it approximates, as it is put in romantic criticism, it approximates to the condition of divine mercy. And therefore, Portia says, earthly power then shows like God's mercy. And then what happens? The most important phrase comes here, mercy, when mercy seasons justice. This is the most famous phrase in Shakespeare. Mercy seasons justice. Seasons na ido ipo summer avaka urga season pandrathu. Season word English la irukku. You season something. But here, how beautifully Shakespeare presents it, you see. When God's mercy seasons justice. Justice can be absolutely neutral. It can be in matter of letter. But when mercy seasons justice, this is the way we learn English. Okay. So, it seasons justice. Therefore, Jew, she tells him, be merciful. Take thrice the money. But he says, no. He realizes, you see, his bond, he's very particular about his bond. He does not want to yield, and therefore he says, no, I want my pound of flesh. Then Portia says, all right, if you take the pound of flesh from Antonio, then you will shed blood. And that is not in your bond. Shedding the blood of Antonio is not in the bond. And therefore you become a culprit according to Venetian law, and you will be punished. So this is a Shylock, you see, who wanted to stick to the letter of law, as is said. And therefore he is just his pound of flesh he wants, and he then shown his place. And what did I understand from it? A door is opened for him by Portia. A door between mercy and justice, but you are not ready to walk through the door. Okay, you would rather walk into a trap than walk through a door. And Shylock chooses the door be not open. So this is one thing. The other play, you may not know much about this, but it is just excites my mind. The whole play is about justice versus mercy. Measure for measure. You will all know that it's an Old Testament idea. An eye for eye and tooth for tooth and so on. And in many of our villages, you still have that idea. My honor is taken away and your honor will be destroyed. Honor, killing, so that's an Old Testament idea, as I say, in Christian history of Christian legal literature and so on. So justice in the New Testament is showing mercy. Justice in the Old Testament is the other one. That is the, what shall I say, the spirit of Merchant of Venice. In the Measure for Measure, this idea is taken away to a greater height, and more individual, challenging level, you see. That is why teaching Measure for Measure in a class is a very great challenge. And I have done it till the end of my career, you see. So it is something, what happens is, when you impose a law, abolish an institution or abolish a practice, then it creates a great, tremendous stress upon a whole community. In this particular play, what is abolished is brothel house. Our Swamiji has given us total freedom to talk about anything. There is this bestial floor of human life, okay? All of us want to be better, but there is a bestial floor on which we walk. And so there is this brothel house which is just, they closed down the brothel house because the ruler thinks that there is a kind of a carnality in Vienna, and therefore it should be purified, a kind of puritanical move. Unfortunately, a very young man, you see, he just is charged with fornication. Fornication is getting a girl with a child before the solemnizing of the wedding. And therefore, the law demands the death of that person. Okay, Claudio, his name is Claudio. And he has a sister who is going to become a nun. She's going to enter into nunnery. And so Isabel, that name is Isabel. Antonio is the deputy. So she's asked to go and plead with Antonio for the life of this person. But this deputy says, nothing doing. A crime is committed and he has to die. That fellow is hardly 23 or 24. You have a problem. What happens? One more interesting thing there. When the brothel houses are closed, there are two important women who run the brothel and men who aid them. And this woman is saying, Ayo, in Toril Poche, I have lost my thing. You feel in the classroom, in a classroom where there are 20-year-old people are there, I have taught it, okay? Brothel house, எனக்கு profession போச்சு. You never thought of it earlier as a profession. இப்போ மயிலாப்பூர்ல வந்து ஒரு மார்க்கெட்டே ரிமூவ் பண்ணிடுறாங்க. Places are demolished. Then they say, எங்க வாழ்வாதாரம் போச்சுங்கறாங்க. Our life is gone. So running a brothel is also a kind of a profession. And she has lost her varumbadi. She has lost her income and so on. So how does the state provide for such people? How does the state provide for the individual morality and also collective morality and also take care of such things? And then this deputy is absolutely adamant. He says, I will not relent. Your brother has to die. Then comes one of the greatest verses. Isabel says, oh, it is excellent to have a giant's strength, but it is tyrannous to use it like a giant. Even though it is nearing 1:30, please listen to this in life, especially in the morning, whatever was presented about Europe and so on. See, it is excellent to have a giant's strength, but it is tyrannous to use it like a giant. You have the full authority, full power, and yet please think before you use it. Putin or Trump, they have the giant's power, but can they exercise it like that? It is tyrannous to use it like a giant. There is so much more, but I'm not going into that. Otherwise, there will be kind of a protest here, revolt here. The tummy is revolting. And I just want to say a few things by way of coming to take a space where you have a higher self. I mentioned Dharmasastra. In the Dharmasastra text, which I tried to read with the help of commentaries, there is great injustice done to women and also great injustice done to the deprived classes of society, deprived sections of society. And in all the deliberations here, I never came across any such word all these 3 days. I was listening carefully. But in the Dharmasastra text, I'm not saying they're all of the same quality. The question of sati, the question of treating widowhood, asceticism of widow, remarriage of people, and so on. What kind of laws were there? That's why I raised the question, is this legal literature or moral literature? What kind of binding Dharmasastras had on our society? Even though there is a constitutional law, civil law now, Dharmasastra still governs our lives in some form or other. So, except for Vishnu Smriti, which just said that sati should not be committed, Angiras said a woman who has lost her husband, should die after the husband in case the husband is away. It's called Anu Marana. Anuna Pinnadi Varadu, Marana is that which happens. And therefore, even Manusmriti does not prescribe sati, but it has very strict rules about widow asceticism and so on. Parashara is the only one, Parashara Smriti is the only one who say widow can remarry. There is a kind of a generous aspect that is presented here. So I read most of them, you see. There is a latest book, Widows in Hindu Laws, by David Brick, Oxford University Press, 2023. It just says, ultimately, these are the major issues, and today also in some form or other they may be operating, not exactly in the same way. My idea in quoting the Dharmasastra, presenting the Dharmasastra point of view here is, ostracization is some kind of injustice. When you ostracize people, it is some kind of injustice. What do we do with that? In some form or other, this society may be just looking at it. Now, going back to our tradition, everybody said there is a solution in the tradition and so on. Even Mahesh presented a whole list of things that are possible. I was thinking of two instances in history. One is Acharya Ramanuja in the 10th century. He was a very fine, a friendly rebel. He was not a Russian rebel, he was a friendly rebel. But in the English biography of Ramanuja, first was published in 1907, you see, by Bharati Vidya Bhavan. It was mentioned by Alkondavilli Govindacharya that Ramanuja admitted the legality and the expediency of caste. So, caste is something legal and there is expediency. But at the same time, he found ways for helping people to go beyond, without violating the law, go beyond the legality and expediency of caste. The other thing is Raghavendra Swami, who was a later Dvaita saint, to see how he wanted to build a Brindavan in a particular place. That Brindavan belonged to the Nawab, Muslim Nawab, and there is a kind of negotiation, and finally this is during the time of East India Company. And that Brindavan, the Nawab comes and allows him to build that Brindavan. These are all the areas, these are all the examples which show that our country has experiential ways of just solving the problem, not through Dharmasastra, not through kind of edicts and so on. And then I just thought, I'll come very quickly to the end. There is a prayer for peace, which the mother of Sri Aurobindo wrote. I'll end with that. Peace, peace upon all earth. Not the peace of inconscient sleep. Aurobindo and mother used the word inconscient nations and so on. Not the peace of inconscient sleep or self-satisfied inertia. Not the peace of self-forgetful ignorance and a dark, heavy indifference. But the place of the omnipotent force, the peace of perfect communion, the peace of integral awakening. When I looked at all these people, I must say something more and not end with this kind of prayer. 6-7 months ago, Sri Ratan Tata died. And Ratan Tata lived and talked about the aspirational generation. You are all the aspirational generation. We are not even looking at his interviews. Please read his interviews, go through, listen to his voice of wisdom and calm. He talks about the aspirational generation, unicorn, the word was mentioned, you see, the young entrepreneurs. And at one point he says, you have immense future. There is a fire in your belly. There is a glint in your eye. He says that in the Tycoon in Hubli. Okay, at the age of 74, he just flew his jet, and he says, not because I had a jet I flew down, but because I see that fire in you, I may not live. He says that, I may not live that long, but I may be elsewhere, but I want to see this India rise, and I'll be happy to see that. At that point, he says, this question is also asked, is this something of a kind of an opportunity, or is it also a responsibility? When you become the young generation, the aspirational generation, you know, the cricket term today, Gen Bold. Don't you see that? All our cricket teams are called Gen Bold, whether it is Abhishek Sharma or whoever it is who's hit the fastest century, you see, in T20 game and so on. So Gen Bold, you are in that kind of a bracket, shall we say. So what do you want to do? Do you want only the opportunity, or do you also have a responsibility? And that is why, remember Sri Ratan Tata, without any kind of ado, without any kind of spiritual overt practice, he lived for us, a Mahatma. And if you go through that, you will realize what is peace, how it is something of a kind of a constructive thing, not mere absence of violence, but a positive thing. Thank you so much. This is not the way I speak, but...
Thank you, ma'am. Your words reminded us that these values are not just ideals, but daily actions rooted in empathy, understanding, and moral courage.
Now I request our Honorable Madam Chancellor to give the vote of thanks.
A very good afternoon to all. As we draw the curtains on this milestone 10th edition of the Peace and Reconciliation Conference, I rise not to conclude, but to reflect with reverence, gratitude, and a deepened sense of shared responsibility. It has been our honor at Vinayaka Missions Research Foundation to host these 3 days of dialogue and reflection organized by Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation under the leadership of Swami Sri Hari Prasad. During this time, our Vinayaka Missions Chennai campus was not merely a venue, it became a sanctuary of thought, a confluence where diversity of faiths met unity of purpose, and where dialogue, dignity, and diversity walked hand in hand. We remain deeply grateful to our chief guest, Honorable former President Sri Ramnath Govind, whose inspiring words reminded us that justice, peace, and moral leaderships are not abstract ideals, but lived virtues, lived values. His message continues to echo in our hearts. Selvathil Chelvam Sevi Chelvam Achelvam Selvathil Ellam Thalai. The greatest wealth is earned by listening to discourses of the learned, which is the sublimest of all wealth. It stands above all riches. This priceless wealth of wisdom was made accessible to us through the gracious connections and efforts of Swami Sri Hari Prasad, to whom we remain sincerely grateful. His calm strength and quiet guidance is the inspiration for the entire conference. As Valluvar says in Kural 416, Enaithanum nallavai ketka anaithanum andra perumai tarum. Even if only for a short while, listening to words of wisdom brings immense and lasting benefit. The Bible too concedes that a wise man's tongue spreads knowledge. The Quran speaks of the possibility of taking away your hearing as something that upsets and ruins your whole life. Such is the importance of the acquisition of knowledge through the ear. We extend a heartfelt gratitude to His Holiness Swami Anukulananda and Swami Atmapriyananda, Geshe-La Nawang Sonam, Sri Mufti Nazir ul Islam, Sri Aga Said Hassan, Sri Aga Said Mujtaba, and Dr. Stella Mary. Reflecting on the Kural, Tottanai Thurum Manarkeni, Mandarku Katranai Thurum Arivu. Just as water gathered in a sandy well springs forth again, the knowledge acquired by the wise flows continuously. Your wisdom enriches the lives of everyone you touch. Our students are indeed privileged to learn from such revered spiritual leaders who not only possess deep knowledge, but also share it with such passion and generosity. This conference has been also a platform where thought leaders, diplomats, academics, and change makers lent their voices. We are grateful for their presence here at our campus. A special thanks to Mr. Harish Kohli, the brother-in-law of a former President Shri Ramnath Govindji, for his presence here at the event, and Ms. Pate, who accompanied him. To the students who joined us from schools, colleges, and campuses across the region, your energy, honesty, and curiosity have been the quiet heartbeat of this gathering. Dear students, from your thought-provoking peace essays and meaningful artworks and your enthusiastic participation in the conclave, it was heartening to see young minds being encouraged to think, express, and become part of the dialogue on peace. Your involvement added strength and vibrancy to the entire program. The conclave of students was a highlight. The art exhibitions and the beautiful expressions we witnessed through essays, visual art, and the Peace Challenge brought the theme of this conference to life. We are, after these days of deliberations, happy to note we are guiding our students towards a righteous path in shaping their future. My pranams again to Sadhguru Amma, Swamiji. My special thanks to the Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation team for the wonderful support and coordination. Mr. Ravi Gopalakrishnan, Mr. Nisha, Mrs. Aruna, Mr. Sri Kumar, Mr. Padmanabhan, Mr. Mahesh, Mr. Shyam handling the video, Mr. Vittal, and many, many others from this dedicated team. We enjoyed working and interacting with all of you, and we look forward to our continued association. I wish to express my heartfelt thanks to the faculty teams at our Vinayaka Missions Chennai campus, heads of institutions, HODs, and faculty members who worked with quiet strength behind the scenes. Your commitment has been the scaffolding on which this experience stood. We owe you more than an applause. We owe you our sincere gratitude. To Dr. Debulal Thakur and Dr. Christiana for anchoring the inaugural session with such aplomb and clockwork precision. To Dr. Anand Padmanabhan for his thoughtful ideas that shaped the student conclave and for so graciously hosting the diplomat session. To Dr. Sangeeta for taking on the responsibility of organizing this event with dedication and care. To Vani and Chitra for reaching out to schools and colleges. To Rajesh and his tireless team who worked around the clock to get this premises ready. To Engineer Nandakumar for his exceptional commitment in ensuring the campus was prepared to perfection. And to all the faculty and student volunteers, your enthusiasm, coordination, and quiet efficiency kept everything running smoothly behind the scenes. There are many more who are part of the planning and execution, and if I've missed your name, please forgive me. Your contribution is no less valued, and I'm truly grateful for each one of you. Together, you made this event not just possible, but truly memorable. Thank you again from the bottom of my heart. To all those who participated, listened, questioned, and reflected, thank you. You are the reason this was not merely an event, but a shared moment in time where something meaningful unfolded. Uvapat Talekudi Ulla Piridal Anete Pulavar Tolil. It is a part of the learned to give joy to whom they meet, and on leaving, to make them think, oh, when shall we meet them again? After the deliberations of these 3 days, it is with a heavy heart, but with good memories, we say goodbye. Let us leave not with applause alone, but with intention. Let the words we heard become calls to action. Let the truths we learned become the lives we lead. May we go forth not only as attendees of a conference, but as keepers of its spirit. And may peace walk with us all. Thank you. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti Om.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I invite Dr. Anand, Dean, VMLS, to felicitate Mr. Ravi Gopalakrishnan, SVMF.
As we come to the close of this 3-day World Peace Conference, we pause to reflect on the deep insights, heartfelt exchanges, and shared aspirations that have marked every moment of this gathering very special. We are especially proud that this notable initiative was hosted by Vinayaga Missions Research Foundation, an institution committed to excellence in education, research, and social responsibility. Now, I request everybody to rise for the national anthem. Thank you. We request the audience to remain seated. We request the delegates to have lunch in the respective venue. Before that, we would like to request the VMRF team and SVMF team, Mrs. Kamala Manimuriyanar, Dr. Sangeeta on stage for a group photo.
I request the SVMF team to come forward.
We request the audience to visit the art exhibition that is placed in VMLS Atrium. We have buses arranged for that. Please utilize the facility. We also request the delegates to visit the art exhibition at VMLS Atrium.